Okay, so the tournament, winner takes all. You've seen this throughout the year, the competitive matches. In 2023 we had 8-player brackets, and those return now. So we have 4 games for you today. It's Andy, Kazuya, Karim, Daurian, Enertrix, Yaro, Lilith, Sintra and Lion. The quarterfinals are happening all today, broadcast by myself and by Lemon. But if we are getting tired, it might travel to Metal stream as well at some point. Okay, so webcams are on. Mine is very small, but nobody minds that, I suppose. Yeah, more or less this. I also didn't I put the screen. So hello Lemon, have you missed the competitive Gwent?
I have. It's was great having the big finals of the World Masters, but it's always good to have more competitive Gwent as well.
Yep. So it is once again brought to you by Metal Gwent. Also can unpin the message in chat. Okay, so the Discord hiding your webcam again returns, but oh, no big deal, I'll fix that. Okay, so we have decks to talk about, and we start with Andy and Kazuya. Bum bum.
Why should I, an elf, a sage, converse with an ape?
And then we have everyone else, but Andy, Kazuya. So best of 5 format returns with this. One ban will be done by Kazuya and Andy and all the other players, but let's start with Kazuya decks. And it is Ursine Ritual, the return of Soulblood, the long-awaited return of the Self-Wound deck with Sigvald, Knut, and all the cards. We don't have to talk much about it, we've talked about it enough throughout the past 3 years by now. But yeah, this is one of the deck of all time. It had different iterations, different leaders at the helm, but nowadays it's Ursine Ritual. You hit both sides of the boards, but somehow only you profit from it usually.
Yeah, a lot of profit even though you're not playing Syndicate. Might be worth noting that this isn't the version that runs Neuromancy. We instead have Portal and Matahuri as alternative consistency tools.
Yeah, so Mata is supposed to bring you either one of the artifacts, Skytroll, the Portal, or Swollblood. You usually miss out one of those, so nice inclusion. Now you only need to find Mata. Maybe with the help of Maxi and Mata you get the consistency, but Aneromancy is the alternative as you mentioned. Moving to the next, it's Inspired Zeal. It's compared to the Ursine, a shorter list, but you want all the machines possible for that siege. And the cards that are missing are added to the deck with the Temple of Militele, let's put it that way.
Yes, can be some quite high variance, especially without the Rune Mage being run in this deck, but if you get some good legendaries from the Temple, well, you'll be laughing all the way through the game. Nice to see the inclusion of Bloody Baron here, buffed a couple patches ago to 9 provisions now. And yeah, notably this is Devotion with the 4-power Radovid Royal Guards as well, coming down 5 on the back row with the formation. Something the opponent kind of has to remove if they want to deal with these other bigger threats that actually deal damage onto the opposing side.
Yeah. Let's see the rolls from today's temples. Might be something spicy from it. You never know how it ends up being, like with triple Viraxis occasionally, when there is no answer to Unsays, for example, but sometimes the rolls are very bad. So the next deck, and another exciting part, it's the Aristocrats Imposter list with the Masquerade Ball. The list without Edna and Rosa, so instead we have Rompali, we have Emir, and Usurper, the evolving card. But another list that has been a staple of Nilfgaard even after potential nerfs and some buffs, I suppose, here and there.
Yeah, might have been a bit of reshuffling with provisions due to, I think it was Odd Fiend taking a provision hit in the most recent Balance Council. But otherwise, fairly similar to what I used to. This version of the list is running a heavy cavalry along with that Crystal Skull stratagem. So on blue coin, that can be quite a threat for the opponent to deal with.
Yeah, the one thing missing from this list is Philippe, but it's basically a choice you have to make between Officer, Usurper inclusion and then Philippe and something like Edna and Rosa. So the choice here is being like top heavy instead of inclusion of couple of middle provision cost cards. And the last list is Lined Pockets. Lined Pockets with Open Sesames and Acherontia. No Izora. Sadly, or maybe luckily for us, Izora and Acherontia are not traveling together anymore. Usually decks have one of the two, with Izora being like a Golden Necker or something inclusion. Yeah, so you generate carryover in the graveyard. You still have great cards like Junior and Savola nowadays. You can pay the tribute, get a lot of points in a short round with that Savola and its creature.
Yeah, and I'll be interested to see how this bronze package pans out, because we don't have like any bounty golds in this list, but we do have a double Witch Hunter Executioner as well as the double Hysteria, double Slander to set up those bounty kills.
Yeah, and switching to Andy, and hopefully we should start from the last deck. It's Congregate making its appearance. Andy decided to have some fun in the deck builder. He found all the interesting cards that fit with the Fire Sworns created from Congregate, but yeah, as he mentioned, there is not a single Fire Sworn in his list. It's good Syndicate cards, but what looks like the wrong leader, but since you include the Horson Senior, it kinda makes sense, so let's see how that works out today. I'm excited.
Yeah, and look, it does have 17 provisions in the leader, so that gives you a lot more space to fit in all these big, powerful cards, and I'm getting a lot of nostalgia with this list. I remember years ago playing Intimidate Syndicate with the Congregate Horson Senior combo. You can also pay that on the Sir Skilletooth to get an Immune Intimidate 2 engine going. Double proc with Count Ruven's Treasure. Some quite juicy synergies in this list.
Okay, we got the invite, so let's jump to other lists. Imposter is here, and this version, as you can see, is not running Rompali. It's running Cupbearer Purify, it's running Rosa and Edna Waratre, and yeah, slight deviations from the standard list. Cupbearer is usually not being an inclusion, but this is a Poison Connector and also a Purify if you need one. We have White Frost, Wild Hunt.
Which is banned, unfortunately,
Okay,
for any
so-
monster enjoyers. No luck in game one.
But we have Siege, so that goes through. It's a different Siege. This is a tournament game cancelled, by the way.
Oh,
So
yep, same on my end.
Metal, the invite came, and
It
invite
says I will do
went
reset.
away. So
Yep. So
should
it looks
be-
like the invite is being reset. Gives us a bit of time to talk about this siege list. Yeah, quite a bit different
yeah.
to what Kazuya is running. Kazuya has the Temple of Middle to kind of introduce more units into the deck, whereas Andy's doing the exact opposite, wanting to thin the deck out to almost nothing left, to be able to play the Vernon Roach with Traveling Priestess all in one turn. So yeah, that's why you're running this pincer maneuver as a leader, and you have thinning in the form of the Hubert Rake, the double Siege Masters, which thin out automatically when you play these Siege Engines. Radovid Judgment as well.
Yeah,
That
there is
seems
a
like less thin and Tala and Natalis. Okay, yeah. So decent amount of thinning.
Yeah, so those are the decks. We are not seeing Earth and Ritual on the side of Kazuya, as you mentioned, no monsters Frost for Andy, and we can switch to the band screen and do the marks. So Andy is not playing that.
Yeah. Assuming that the coins are the same as beforehand, or maybe it will change now. Okay, looks like Andy will be blue coin now on the game.
Okay. So
And
is
it's
it correct? What was that the reason of? No. Okay, I don't know. I guess we go with Andy on blue coin. Ah, yeah. Wait.
Yep.
It was pre-decided by the draw show that we had, so makes sense.
Right. Oh, okay, yeah, because the previous image, I think it was Kazuya.
Yeah, so maybe that was the reason for the reset.
Yes.
Mhm.
So what do we expect to see here? Well, the decks that Andy has here, they're quite engine heavy altogether. You have Aristocrats, Siege Engines, and Intimidate Crime Engines, which, if you let either of those decks establish on the board, they can run away with the round. And naturally, engine decks like that first say they like going blue coin, so I could see sort of anything being taken here for Andy. The red coin for Kazuya, I feel like Syndicate might be a bit more fitting, being able to not get out-tempoed too much. And it is Syndicate on the red coin and Syndicate for Andy. We have a faction mirror, but different leaders, but both decent amount of crimes and intimidate, both running the Open Sesame package as well.
Feels great, man. Lemon is in, but I'm waiting. I'm not getting in. Not getting in.
Oh.
And I don't see mulligans. Okay, I hear the mulligans now.
So Kazuya has drawn both Open Sesames already, and I don't think it looks like Andy has found any. Ooh, final mulligan into the 1 power Ignatius. That's not going to help secure that round 1. Are you all good now, Kung Fu?
Yeah, the picture is up, but I'm fixing the player names, so you can take us through the first turns.
So Piggy is going to lead the charge here. Lovely, so Skewer Tooth already in that double Intimidate proc with that Nova Great Injustice. And yeah, that Piggy belongs to a gang. It's been inducted into the Crown Splitters, so able to give that spawn onto Cleaver's muscle, helping secure that Justice. Open Sesame on the turn on play for Kazuya means it's already a 17-point deficit. And yeah, you have 6 coins in the bank, but you're going to need to commit something big here to not be left in the dust, and second Open Sesame, it's not really going to help doing that too much. At least the Flying Redanian comes out to kind of shore up that deficit a little bit.
Okay, so you can grab the deck list from chat as well. You can grab the bracket if anyone is interested. Info is available. I'll also post it on YouTube. Decks.
Do you think the situation a jest?
So Nova Gradient play here is interesting. Gives you a bit of immediate profit, but it really indicates a desire to fight hard for the round 1 and or round 2. It looks like if Andy wins the round 1 here, we're going to see a bleed straight up in the round 2, going quite hard and seeing what can be forced out early from Kazuya. Bounty on the Flying Redanian feels a bit strange, but I guess there's not that much you can deal with on the opposing board, and if you're aiming to board wipe, it is higher base power than that Oxenfurt guard.
So yeah, as you mentioned, the tempo was good enough. Costs like coming from the Skewer Tooth, that is like 6 provision cards, so you cannot complain about that. And Justice, well, you can consider Justice being the thin-in, being the control you might need from the bare knuckle brawler. So, don't know. Novigrad is established, and yeah, we makes the push available. Still 9 cards for you to, or 9 turns for you to get profit from it. Is it an early click?
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're looking for from the Novigrad here.
Yep.
First Say is a really great chance to set up the Horse and Senior straight away. Which looks like we'll see that. Maybe the Novigrad click here is just to try to play around a Barnacle Brawler coming out from Kazuya. But it would be a huge spend to be able to board wipe in this situation. And playing on interactive here is very nice, because if there's no opposing units, then these bonded cut up lackeys can't deal any random damage, and just getting the bounty onto that. Now 2-power cut up lackey, it sets up a Witch Hunter Executioner to get a kill next turn, turns off the bonded, and really neuters this threat quite easily.
So yeah, that's like the weak point of those lackeys. If you are not running the entire deck dedicated to them, not that great. But at the same time, another card, 8 Provision Senior, and well, a couple of coins, I suppose. And your leader ability is tuned for that, so it doesn't come completely free, no. But at least you're not spending too much. But that's like the fire. So how do we have Congregate as a leader that just does spawns, gets some coins, and that's it? There is no like dot continuations. There is no reset it for collecting bounties, lower all the tributes in play, be useful for 3 rounds for coins, and lowering hordes. I don't know. It's just the leader that felt unfinished when the more cool abilities got worked into the syndicate. So yeah.
Just missing that little cherry on top compared to the other leaders that we see a bit more often. And yeah, unfortunately, those cut up lackeys, well, you could say that they've been caught lacking now. But Scoundrel coming out. Gonna look into the deck, decides to pull out the Shady Vendor since it doesn't have armor, easier to secure that bounty kill. And look, yes, the cut up lackey got answered, the bonded is gone, but this is still a huge point lead already, and the Horse and Senior, it's not terrible just for straight up point slam.
Okay, we spending. It's also nice not seeing the coins with the platform bug, but we'll get there.
I can see the coins if you ever have any queries about that.
Yeah.
So 6 coins in the bank for Andy, 5 for Kazuya.
Also, look at this beautiful board. There are coins everywhere. Oh, with the heaps of it. So I'm certain both syndicate leaders just can run to a pile and grab another 9 coins if they ever wish to do so. So yeah, kinda annoying from the Andy's perspective, I assume. Like, where is the struggle to establish anything on the board when your opponent is actually playing no unit, some profit cards or spends, and then says goodbye to their units. So. But it's also nice to have almost 30 point, 25 point lead. So.
And hey, the Counter-Ruffin's treasure helps a bit at making it feel less bad of profiting, but this late in the game, you don't need that much of a profit for it to be giving you a coin for every remaining turn in the game. Yeah, because you're not even trying to get this Barnacle board to stick, just wanting to play as low to the ground as possible. Since there's no sort of defensive boosty spender for Andy, Kazuya's just saying, you can wipe my board if you like, that's fine. I have Savola in hand, I can just play play him to catch up,
Yeah.
save Acherontia for the round 3. And Novigrad is amazing here. Just keeps playing on interactive, but gives you that click if you need that little extra oomph to get out of the round, as well as coins making sure you have that full bank.
So Sesame is still at 6 for Kazuya. Might that be an issue at some point? Also, yeah, look at the Riven's Treasure, 16 counters.
So Savola is just 18 points in and of itself, so a couple spent on the candle will be enough to get ahead here for Kazuya. And I think getting out of this quite cheaply, frankly, and I think you'd rather have this Novigrad sitting on board going into round 3 with the click ready, rather than the Camp Riven's Treasure, which is just basically a weaker form of Novigrad. It has the same passive, but it doesn't have the extra order that you can click when you like.
Yeah, so not sure if Andy was banking on the fact that maybe Kazuya didn't find his cards, and also like with the choice he has, it always felt like he will be pushing, but now I think Kazuya has a bit of an advantage on the current board state. Let's see how it plays out, of course. And is missing Junior. And like, who would have liked probably a tutor for crime from Furco.
I only need corpses.
Cannot go too tall when your opponent plays Morels. That spending needs to be split a little bit. There is a tribute from Morels available at some point, so King of Beggars might fly out of the deck, unless a Chirontia takes care of that business first.
There's both a Horson Jr. and an Ignatius, an 18 power Ignatius sitting in the deck here for Andy. Only going to be able to find one of those with the bank. On the other hand, it's Horson Jr. stuck in deck for Kazuya, as well as that 3 coin King of Beggars. But need to get the King of Beggars out first, I think, before you want to do any Acherontia shenanigans. It's a bit risky doing the reverse sequencing. And getting another spender, just the Eternal Fire Disciple, probably the most efficient bronze spender in the game.
Yeah. So Kazuya saw Andy play Congregate and decided, I'm gonna swarm with the Fire Swarm units a little bit, so that you'll know what this leader is supposed to be doing.
Yeah. Just needed a DS array to get pretty decent value in this board right now.
Oh, well, a Fire Swarm of Andy's own creation. So Sesamisa at 2 for Kazuya, and at 3, 1 Sesame for Andy.
Denying penance, you confirm your guilt.
What's the coin situation? I might have missed.
0 for Kazuya right now, up to 6 coins now.
Okay.
Interesting sequencing, so gonna take the risk with this Morels.
Have you made your offering?
Oh no, it's not gonna be risk. The King of Beggars will come out first before the pawns. Yeah, we all fine. And
There we go.
it
Slender.
was trigger. But yeah. This is a huge point gap.
Yeah.
And now the question is, what is this Morels doing? Because you're not getting the tribute. So you're going to have to bank to get the coins. Nice to see the Ignatius as an option, but that would play into the opposing Morels. Horson Jr. is probably just better here to kill off the Acherontia, but I don't see how it makes up the point gap.
I suppose it was kinda close, considering like Sea Jackal is your spender anyway. And that's already bounted up, so it will be plus some points, but yeah. I mean, yeah, your spender that you already spent with a couple of times. So, yeah, Goes for Junior,
Caleb Menga will crush you in all.
but gets Morils, and by the looks of it, it's not even close.
Worthy neither of
And this congregate list might be the weak point, but we'll see. Maybe it has some surprises. Maybe the syndicate mirror was not what Andy intended for it to be played against. So,
eternal
yeah.
fire casts a long shadow.
And I think this game just showcased like why it can be really difficult for a damage focused deck to try to bleed against Syndicate, because they can just store a bunch of carryover with coins in the bank, artifacts sitting on board, big power plays like in this case a Savolo just sitting in hand that you're quite easily just able to commit at the very end of the round, and before that you're just slowly peppering away, chipping away at the opposing units so that the point gap just gets smaller and smaller and just make it really awkward for that bleed. I wonder if Andy could have gotten out earlier, but very well played from Kazuya, dominant round 3.
Yeah, it's also like a flashback. If people miss 3-4 years of Gwent, they see Join Now, see Savola being played, they're like, where is the Madame Louisa? It doesn't matter, just slam it, either as a finisher or as we've seen here, a nice catch-up got in like 25-point gap situation, closes most of it, and allows you to play very slow, as you mentioned, establish your carryover for the next round.
Yeah, it's so funny because Madame Louisa used to be so powerful, I guess you could say, and like so widely used in Syndicate, but then after the release of King of Beggars, I can't remember the last time I saw Madame Louisa since then.
I mean, yeah, having the order at some point didn't help compared to just deploy. And yeah, King of Beggars sends his regards.
So that is the game 1 win for Kazuya. Going to be a blue coin next, and it's going to be the choice of either Aristocrats or this Inspired Zeal Devotion Siege for the queue. Both ought to be decent on blue coin. Again, both fairly engine heavy lists, but you have to worry a little about playing Temple on the blue coin because the one downside of Temple is it is a low tempo play. It doesn't actually play for any points.
Yeah, it's a very
The
low
order sets
tempo
up a-
play.
I wasn't trying to make a pun, but yes, that is amazing.
Sorry
The
for
order
interrupting.
is particularly the order to get the Prince Anses into your hand, like heavily boosted, sets up an amazing duel. That is a play which can quite easily secure the round 1. But if you don't want to commit that, you're just setting up the created cards in your deck, setting up the big Anses in hand. The Temple actually plays for 0 points, and from the blue coin where you're at risk of losing on even, that can be quite a downside. But there are a lot of points and power in the other cards, and you can play the Temple from the demo end to offset that tempo loss as well.
Yeah, the deck is also running Curse Scroll, so people are like gearing towards that. You can mitigate the 0 tempo from the temple itself. Haven't really seen that much Siege in action. I know that people played, but I haven't really followed too many streams recently, so would be curious to see them in play. Of course, we know how Siege goes when your opponent is trying to establish their board, and then you have like Pinks plus Bombardment from Siege coming in hot, erasing everything that is possible. But at the same time, yeah, this is a Zeal deck, so not exactly cancelled machines. Okay, so seems like we are getting into game number 2. Hopefully don't need them player names anymore. Yeah, we're fine.
So we're going to see the Congregate again, this time from the red coin going second, and it will be the Northern Realms queued on blue. Blue coin, blue deck, should have expected that.
Congregate. Now we go again. Let's see how it goes for Andy this time around. Has control, bounties.
Yeah.
It's all there. Is it enough? We'll see.
It should be a bit of a better matchup, I think. This Northern Realms list, it's not able to have turns where it doesn't really put anything onto its side of the board. So all these damage crimes, the pings from the cut up lackeys should get quite a bit of value. And it is just the temple straight up here.
Okay, we've seen Philippa there. That is like anti-lackey, anti-control. We also seen Radovid, so yeah, Philippa, Adalia, Viraxis. Should be pretty good. All three of them should find targets, should find value.
Yeah. And notably, Viraxis will evolve to third form since this deck is Devotion. A little bit of synergy with soldier tags, I guess, if we get there. And yeah, you see the now 14-point Ansei is being tutored into the hand. And what are you going to shuffle back? 2 winches seems like quite a bit to be keeping in hand right now, but
keep both
back instead.
And now demo event, so you need to shuffle more. And now one of the winches goes into deck, but available from demo event if you wish to delete that.
Yeah. So.
And there we go, Siege. Speaking of low tempo plays, well, just invest scenario after picks in your hand, getting some extra juicy cards.
Yeah. Although there is a bit of a question as to how you're going to proc this siege. It looks like you'll have to commit the Rafad's Vengeance to do so, as well as the AA to tutor a Bronze Siege engine. And it looks like Andy is taking a leaf out of Kazuya's book and saying, you know what, I can play on interactive as well. You want to set up damage engines? I'm not going to give you anything to damage.
It's not about why. It's about why.
That's a lot of targets for you to hit with your crimes, but
yeah,
like your spender is dying immediately after. You also cannot start establishing the senior now, I would assume, because of what's on opposing side of the board. There is a click available from Vengeance if you are not dealing with it immediately. And also your leader is just like, oh, I have 8 coins, I'm in danger of over-profiting, I cannot really help you with anything. Find something else to deal with the coin problem. Okay, and we see the roll into a poison, but it's not really that helpful.
Yeah. It might just be Andy giving up the round 1 here. Quite a nice setup. Getting that 1 power unit there for the Revenant next turn potentially.
But Ronwit says that I'll find this experiment. I need to start leveling up somewhere, and goes and shoots it from Rafard's Vengeance immediately.
Yeah, and it looks like Kazuya's pretty confident Andy isn't going to be playing into this round much longer, choosing not to take a siege engine from the AA, instead setting up that Ronvid carryover. Means if you want to fully proc this siege, you'd have to commit Demivend as a tutor. But yeah, it did not look like Andy wanted to play into this round, so we do see the pass here. And Kazuya's hubby made the right call to just set up that carryover.
Okay, so
see any reason to play further here for Kazuya. Yeah.
Maybe it was just planning round 2, round 3 further, so considering what he's mulliganing. etc.
So, yeah, I would be expecting a bleed here. First say should be quite nice. If you can get a Caraballista, Reinforced Ballista set up going first here, it gives you a bit of a chance to maybe deal with some of these Syndicate engines just with your damage pings.
Bapanada.
And it means that they don't get a chance to maybe set up an Executioner and a lot of coins in the bank that you then have to end up playing into. And
Picking
yeah,
up
already
this.
7 effective power on board makes it hard for a Barnacle Brawler to do any board wipe shenanigans.
There are still reinforced ballistas, carro ballistas, so engine value is present. Andy continues doing the uninteractive plays, but at some point you'll just have to commit your damage spender. There it goes, plays perfectly well into the boiling oil if you so desire.
Yeah.
There was one
You'll notice that there's no candle in this deck, so there's no real way to play around that boiling oil.
and
It is only one copy.
into the cauldron he goes. Being boiled there.
Maybe taken some lessons from Brewers, perhaps. Okay.
Yeah, I think Northern Realms cuisine is quite plain though. Brewers is like cooking with spices and all, adding different, questionable sometimes ingredients, but Northerners, I think they're just, yeah. I'll just boil it in oil, it's gonna be fine.
Yeah. Look, I'll take bland over cannibalism any day of the week. But hey, maybe you have different taste.
Okay, so now spending unsaves to fight the brawler is probably not something you really want to do. Unsaves might take an easy win, but that's just because of his armor and the sword.
It's not like the brawler's really doing that much in this
Yep.
board state anyways. Especially if you do enough damage, you'll just be chunking that 3 armor on the Siege Master, which you don't really want to do. This is a better Ansace dual target.
Yeah. And also free tin in. Free for Kazuya, of course. Still costs some coins for Andy. But brother works for the second brother to grow, now at 10.
A duel! To a duel I challenge thee!
But yeah, there we go. And says is there, of course, no Viraxes here, but Andy might be expecting that to happen.
So, just... yeah, so the Ansace is a target for the Morals, but at the same time, you have to worry that if you use the Morals here, then Demoven just has free reign to do whatever it likes when it gets played later on, but it is just going to come out now. Demoven pulling Viraxis, Winch, and Carrick Marine.
So yeah,
And yep,
when I say that there is no Viraxis found, but Andy might expect it, there goes the Demoven, just a 13 provision tutor for your 12 provision card that came out of nowhere, and who controls the controllers is the question.
And yeah, and now the problem is you have this Piggy, you have this Boss Insignia combo, but you don't have any crimes to proc the Intimidate. And yeah, it feels bad using the Counter Ruben's Treasure before playing those big Intimidate engines because, well, now they're not doing much at all.
Well, at least you have spenders, right? Oh, wait.
Yeah. You have Morals for 16 points. And then you're down 14 still.
You have Junior for 1. Spending 3 coins, so that's great. We're getting there slowly but surely.
Careless Mengu will crush you and all your kind. You, yes, you! Have you made your offering?
Is 1 leader horse and senior enough, or do we need to commit 2 leaders?
The lackey is what, 5, right? So that's 9, 10. There is no KOB jumping out.
It'll be short.
Yeah.
That one!
By
He
1
venerates not the fire!
or 2 technically.
This'll all be yours, boy.
Okay.
You survive.
So the senior is winning, but he's only winning round 2 a card down. And now Andy has a big Ignatius, some pieces for bounty, didn't find Novigrad as well, and has Ruven plus 6 counter Open Sesame in the graveyard.
There are some really good cards still for Andy here. There's the Ignatius and Novigrad, but they're both in deck, and you can only get one of those with the bank.
No, also got the Justice with some conditions, so to say.
What do you mean? So skill 2 will ensure
okay.
the Justice is
Yeah,
able to
You're lucky to keep your heat.
get the extra spawn of the Cleaver's Muscle.
So Philippa with the shield shouldn't be really aiming at high rolling Skewer Tooth at what 8 damage necessary. It's a bit too much for her to roll. So at least that's safe, and you have a couple of crimes.
It's, there was the chance to take the Cursed Knight there to get a pseudo purify onto that bounty, remove that bounty from play. But Kazuya's sort of saying here, I don't think you have the tools to secure this bounty, or if you do, it's gonna cost you your bank.
Yeah, so Ignatius is there, healthy big boy. The only problem is that he's shy and doesn't come out to play.
Yeah.
And here is the Philippa, not even touching, staying away from the pigs. Sniping everything else, while Andy needs a Suspender. But
So you have to spend on the street urchins because it's really only spender, but Baron is more than enough here, and he doesn't even use the final leader charge, knows that would make a difference.
yeah, so far one-sided when Kazuya is facing this Congregate leader. Let's see if Andy will try to extend the series and start with different decks, or decides that I'll still need to win with this one. So I'll queue it again. You cannot stop me.
Yeah, Kazuya is now forced to queue the Aristocrats for all remaining games in this series. There's an Aristocrats mirror on the card, but the thing about Aristocrats is, whilst it isn't an engine deck itself, it also has quite a bit of control with the statuses like the locks and the poisons that can deal with the opposing engines. And for Andy playing 3 fairly engine heavy decks, that could be a bit problematic. Maybe the Northern Realms will have a fairly decent matchup, but I worry a bit for the Syndicate. So if you're Andy here, what do you reckon you should queue as the first deck here to try to start off this reverse sweep?
So,
You just-
yeah, unless you feel that your congregate is much better from the other coin, I feel like quite often in community tournaments, especially, players just opt into this. I'll need to win with this deck, otherwise why even bother continuing? So we secretly might have the third congregate queue, but that's just personal preference of Andy, I guess, from which coin he sees that deck winning. Okay, so into the game 3 we go, and it will be Kazuya's chance to close the series and Andy's chance to showcase the Priestess Siege deck. Let's go. Decides for changing it up a little bit. We see a couple of bricks in hand, Radovid, Hubert, but surprisingly, yeah, the other bricks, the bricks that you need to play in round 3, so-called bricks, the Priestess is getting mulliganed.
And whilst there isn't sort of directly any of the typical deck manipulation shenanigans that Nilfgaard can do, the fact that we have Ku here, we have the Rosa and Eden. Oh no, not in this list, just the Ku. But it does give a way to copy and play this Tala, which can mess with the number of draws that both players pull out of their deck, and it can potentially, say, negate the value of the Vernon Roach and negate the one-turn play of the Priestesses. So quite a bit of mind games are going to be going on with this Tala, and it's particularly scary because you can't play Tala with the order unless the opponent hasn't passed yet, which gives them a chance to respond.
And you can play it and float it yourself, but once again, yeah, then you give opponent a choice of like, forcing your irregularities in your draws, so to say. Also, yeah, playing all those order units while there are locks, while the servants are transferring those locks. Let's see.
So, yeah. So the potential play around could be, because AA is an echo card, if you only play it once in the game, it can kind of negate the opponent copying the Tala once, but it also feels bad to do that because AA is a very nice card for just pushing that tempo a bit. It's going to be the early Tala then. Maybe hoping that the opponent doesn't have both a way to give spying and a way to, and maybe hasn't drawn the coup either. So to pull the Artifice out would require a gold aristocrat to be committed here. Curious to see how Kazuya responds.
Yeah, people usually play 3 and pass. But in the competitive setting, where you know what your opponent is trying to do, what he's doing, there might be other plans in motion compared to ladders. Okay, we'll see how it goes when you are not really certain what are you facing by the first couple of cards. The poison from Fangs is non-committal. But considering there is no direct connection on the poison, it might be just... unless you want to commit the golds, as you mentioned, yeah. But that leads to Art Fiend also being committed. Okay, we see Eastred here and also buff on one of the Traveling Priestesses. Actually want to see that. Yeah, that's quite standard. Okay, so Kazuya finds the pass button immediately as soon as he hit the 7-card threshold. So, good things for Andy. Some of carryover established with Radovid, some mulligans on the Priestesses. Keeps Hubert for later, and there is Radovid for thinning as well. Finds his siege. Of course, he has the pincer maneuver leader, so finding cards is not really a problem in a devotion deck.
And the Siege Master is quite nice here as well, so yeah, both the Hubert and Radovid still in deck. Those are the bricks that you don't want to draw here.
Yeah. You do have the mentor to send the brick back, but in case of Hubert, if you especially want to hit the adrenaline, that might be somewhat problematic. You have, of course, leader charges as well, so okay, we do establish and not picking up a brick, so Hubert counter is going down.
So yeah, it's a bit of a race against the clock here for Kazuya. Wants to build up enough points on his own side of the board so that once the bombardment comes out, it won't be a board wipe. And the Admiral Pali with the lock ought to be more than enough to secure that.
So how big is his board now? 11 plus. Okay, that bleeds out, so that's not really helpful. 11. Yeah, both of them are sticking. No extra pings from the locked reinforced ballista.
From Pali manages to barely save his ship from sinking. Gonna go to ports to repair and get a little bit of boost. 2 boosts in fact, due to a couple of statuses being stacked on each of these enemy units.
Was cool on this reinforced ballista ever good? Considering it has spine and you can just emir it and establish a couple of pinging engines on your own.
Would be.
Maybe.
Have I something in my teeth?
And just that the lock is quite slow. I don't know.
Yeah.
Felt like maybe at the same. Yeah, even what's your target at the moment with no Joachim? I guess you can Roderick into that.
Yeah, the other problem about the lock is it plays into the back row, which gives this reinforced trebuchet something to hit and actually get its engine value.
Is it not?
So everyone gets spying, basically. I don't know how good of a spy an actual siege engine would be. I think they'd have a bit of trouble reporting back. But maybe you've actually infiltrated the ranks, I suppose. Gonna be the Emir trying to finish that off, because it does turn those spying into raw points with this Damon Seditious Aristocrat sitting on board. So we're gonna see Bombardment able to secure that kill, and not playing a unit as well means that, yeah, no chance to get spying over.
These are in vain.
Fergus heard we were talking about spine jumps immediately, just spreading the status everywhere. He doesn't even care if you were spine already. He's just like, okay, you are spine, you are spine. You get a spine as well.
To slay dragons, 'tis our nightly duty.
Okay, second priestess is getting picked up and buffed. Now 5 charges and 7 charges, both of them feeling quite inspired. Hubert on 1 and Radovid Judgment is 1 leader click away from coming out.
Yeah. So, okay, so we're gonna play into this.
Yeah, we seem to be going in.
Retrieve my bolt.
It's gonna be the, yeah, Hubert at the minimum coming out, an 8-point lead right now.
Kazuya. Okay, that actually played for 8 plus the trigger, so that's quite enough to get ahead.
Too much spying.
What a card! Those seditious aristocrats. Oh, quite often felt like they're being slept on, but at the same time, like Masquerade Ball, Nilfgaard has been in tournament settings quite popular. It's just on ladder, I don't think we see them too much outside of the Masquerade Ball deck.
Yeah, unless you're one of those chads that runs operators, so just aristocrat spam. But those are few and far between.
Yeah, you need to stream that
Be yourselves.
next time you play. If you ever feel like streaming, yeah, that should be your deck choice easily.
Yes.
Okay, so we go into leader as well.
Last leader.
What does that achieve?
Well, gets ahead, because without the leader wouldn't have been ahead.
Ah, okay, yeah, he decided to play.
So, yeah, I don't know if that
he
was
had
a
to.
bit of mismath from Andy or was happy to commit that beforehand, but I guess, 3 damage on the Radovid Judgment maybe isn't that worthwhile. Then, hey, you get the Orkim out at the very least here. Because, yeah, that heavy cavalry wouldn't have been enough in and of its own to get ahead.
Okay, so I mean 6 cards. Masquerade Ball should have been quite close to the top of the deck. I wasn't following every click, maybe it was already passed on before, so there we go. Cool, Masquerade Ball. And Usurper.
Down.
Usurper is coming because yeah, the Thirsty Dame was at the bottom. So Andy done his job of buffing priestesses, 9 and 7 charges.
And yes. So the nice thing is you can float the priestesses because they have Veil, and damage is quite limited for Kazuya. Except it is both the Mage Infiltrator and Coup in hand, so Andy might need to be a bit careful about that, but it's open decklist, you know the most damage that would come out is 3. The other thing is there's no double aristocrat here for Kazuya, only 1 proc on the Masquerade Ball.
So do you just buff it up to 4? And continue floating? Seems to be the mood.
The world is an open book.
And it looks like, again, we're going to see Kazuya just playing low to the ground here. It's going to be Usurp as the final card to not play into the double Onager and this potential 13 damage coming out from the priestesses.
Yeah.
Look behind you.
So this is basically back to the Congregate situation, more or less, where Andy has all those great tools. I mean, 9 damage out of 13 that you had.
Yeah.
It's not bad. So good that Andy buffed the Vernon Rush, right? For that extra one.
Yeah.
Justification. That's how it works, right? Okay, so the whale and not all punish, I suppose. That's the reason.
Technically, I think loses a point by not playing both Onaga's back. Or actually, it probably would have been about the same boost. But stays ahead, and Northern Realms are able to get the win. We've got a series on our hands.
Okay, this is continuous. We still have 3 matches after this one today, so this not ending fast is great. More Gwent for you to watch, more Gwent for us to cast, but yeah, we'll see how that goes today. How much more energy we have. Okay, so Andy gets the first green mark. Hope you guys like the new band screen that Metal conjured out of well, OBS and GIMP, I guess, but it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Looking snazzy. And I didn't realize that Andy was actually secretly a horse.
Yeah, I mean,
But
to be fair, like especially with players who don't stream that much, we probably can count Andy's streams on one hand, maybe more with the collaboration with Dribbling, but anyway, not too many. We don't really know too much about players. Some of them are horses or Whispering Helix or any creatures that are available for the avatars. Yeah. And many of them still stream and don't use webcam, so you never know who is hiding behind the streamer and their username. Okay, so 2-1 for Kazuya. And now we get the Aristocrat Mirror. Decks are slightly different. And this has Cupbearer, Edna and Rosa. But Kazuya's also can have Edna and Rosa. if you put Spine somewhere, if you quit, it's not that Nilfgaard needs to put all the cards it wants to play with into their deck.
And ooh, so both players are running the hunting pack, but yeah, we're not going to see any kind of shenanigans with Ku onto hunting pack to get the double thinning. Double Dame early here is quite a huge commitment for Kazuya.
Yeah, seems like he has a plan.
Very nice tensions, but yeah. Maybe you don't care about them later because they'll just fall to poisons because they'll be your tallest units. So you're happy to just use them round 1 to get the round control when maybe poisons aren't in play as much because we're not seeing scenarios yet. But there is double fangs for Andy. Can be used to deal with the second day. And that Pikeman not sticking for very long.
Can be hazardous to your health.
I see the excitement from the mirror match in chat.
Yeah.
Although different emotes follow the mention of the mirror. So I guess you guys are a little bit split. Who wouldn't love to have
the wall?
I've heard you guys like the party, so there is a double Masquerade Ball. If only we could play the Caretaker for even more of them. That would have been amazing, but sadly CDPR didn't leave metal keys for the Gwent patches so that we can revert to like meta from 3 years ago. Would have been amazing.
We need a Gwent classic mode, I think, where you just have all those decks that you love to hate from way back when.
Counting the cards in hand while we were reminiscing of older times. What exactly happened? With 9 cards on both hands. And we tied. So they decided to play mirror the only way it can be played. 1 round, winner takes, well, not all here, maybe for Kazuya it will be winner takes all. For Andy, he'll need to win with that CONGREGATE still. Okay, so Roderick brings the party a bit early for the Admiral.
Oh dear. Have I something in my teeth?
Can they tie again? That's a good question, Bribery.
And then we'll get more mirrors.
Yes.
I'm sure, yeah, chat would love to see a tie here. So, both players missing a couple of pivotal golds, and he still has the Joachim, Rose, and Edna, and the Fergus in deck, whereas Kazuya has the Admiral and Polly and Usurper still in deck. So I wouldn't be surprised if we end up just seeing Kuz playing onto Rodericks to get those extra high-end golds still sitting in those decks.
Yeah, a bit too many bronzes among those cards to try and fish golds with Joachim. Are we angling any board blocks here? With Usurper shouldn't be really, considering some cards that potentially die into poisons. There is a couple of like extra cards coming from Masquerade Bolt though, so should be quite clocked, but not clocked completely most likely.
My, the Van Moorlands, they truly spoil us.
So yeah, you go to the masquerade ball, but you get so intoxicated that it's kind of poisoning you. Too much drinking blood for poison blood for the thirsty dames by the looks of it.
Feeling a bit peckish.
Pretty sure Clog looks like it ought to be fairly successful if a player does decide to go for that line. Should be able to get at least a card or two to burn.
Don't ask a lady her age.
But
It's
Andy able to stick some dames. Kazuya has that one dame left, but it's going to be going into the graveyard. So no more dames left for Kazuya.
Keeps this Emir for quite a while. Only now I guess it's
Patience is not a virtue.
getting to the table when bunch of units already got played. Look at them go! +1, +1, +1, +1. So good. There is still Emir is playing aristocrats and soldiers. So if you wish to cloak your board, and in case of Kazuya, I guess he sees that his units are dying to poison, so he's not running into the board clock problem most likely as of now. He might just go for another Emir. Andy says, I like it as well.
There is but one punishment. for
Man, I didn't know that I wanted to see the mirror that goes into a tie in round 1.
So yeah, this seditious aristocrat is going to be huge. Like we saw last game with all these spyings on the board. I mean, and double Emir now for Andy, so yeah, everything for Kazuya is going to keep getting spying. Yeah, I'm not sure if this usurper is even going to have space for Andy to pull back. So he might just be forced to go for that clog line of play just because his own side of the board is clogged a bit too much.
Yeah. Imagine all the extra work for those agents. Like you were singles, just spying, and then you became a double and triple spy. It's so weird. You need to juggle all that in your mind, all the documents, all the leaks. But yeah, seditious aristocrats gonna be quite spicy here. Yeah, Fang. So many of them. No chance to bring any more though, unless you coup in your opponent's Fangs. Shouldn't be really doing that.
So currently Rose and Edna on top for Andy. Are we gonna see Joachim into the Rose and Edna? It looks like we will.
flog them into submission.
And to answer this for Kazuya, it looks like it would have to be a leader commit. Yeah, that's 3 units now are added all in one turn onto Kazuya's side of the board. 1 power spawn is amazing to minimize the value given to the opponent on the Rose and Edna deploy.
But
And
leader is
besides
another spawn. So he says to Andy, can you please kill something on my side of the board? Please.
Well,
But
the thing is, if you kill Joachim, it's not gonna free up any space. It's just gonna replace itself.
yeah. Okay, so Hunter and Fergus, both of them being aristocrats.
Yeah, could see Seditious into the Joachim replay to get that Fergus out. Ends up boosting this Seditious by 3. Sitting
Green
first
buttons. This is not how Gwent players operate. Green buttons not being clicked.
Alright.
Stealing that 1 point unit seems so good.
Yeah, it's a 2-point swing. Why are they not taking these plays, Kungfu? Do they not realize that you're meant to use your orders as soon as you can?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're just new to playing those decks.
Maybe. Yeah, not even a lock, like anywhere on Andy's board right now. So no option to lock from this Van Morhem servant.
Man, there is a leader for log, but I guess... Yes, we're floating all the buttons anyway. The green buttons on the board, leaders, etc. More spine onto already spine fangs. There was Fergus right on top.
Voice Brigade, follow me!
And he decides to yoink
Yeah.
them immediately.
Barbarians.
There is the line where you just fill up your own side of the board so the opponent isn't able to play Yoki, which
Yeah,
Okay,
could
we're
have
not
been done
gonna
already
see-
here, I guess.
yeah, if we went for a front row leader into an Emir still, that would have meant no space to play the Yokim. Would have been forced to just play the coup first to free up space.
Yeah.
Probably would have just secured the game right then and there for Andy, but with this huge point gap, I think it should still be fine.
Okay, so this usurper doesn't have space on the back row, risking his own space, so instead Rompali goes. Is there a poison? To connect with? No.
No need to get angry, instructor. I'll explain.
This is nice. Since the back row is clogged,
Nah,
If
you
Andy
can
wants to-
unclog. You can unclog. Just poison your toasted aim. It's amazing.
yeah.
But yeah, I see what you mean. So that if you want to deal with that, and you probably no need.
Okay.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, there you go. That's
You don't even need to waste your leader on the Rose and Edna. You can get the Admiral and Parley to then in turn lock the Rose and Edna and actually get value from that as well. Or just straight up poison it now.
okay. That was one mirror to look forward to. It went exactly how I expected it to go, unpredictably somewhat, with lots of shenanigans. Rompali being an on-order unit, yeah, nicely done by Andy.
So, yeah. Huge point gap. That was just difficult for Kazuya to set up anything. And that Rose and Edna towards the tail end of the, I guess, just round 2, because we had a tie round 1, really controlled the tempo for the round and forced Kazuya into awkward positions, just trying to play around that threat and the potential of the board clog and being able to play that own Joachim.
And now back to the congregate. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. I'll show you the congregate once more, guys. So this is the choice. Nobody forced. Andy said that he just wanted to
You got a
build
sea beast
a
swimming in them
senior
breeches.
deck, and there he is.
The thing is, we've seen Senior being played in the last couple of months, notably in that Fallen Knight list, but even that didn't run Congregate as leader. They just opted to abuse, what's it called, Hemmerfort? To get the coins, get the Zealots set up.
Okay, so can they turn a fire without
Lights
the
our way.
yeah? Really? Almost any priests in the deck deal with the Nilfgaard threat.
The first say here should be really good at the very least, because with the Barnacle Brawler combined with the Tiger's Eye, that's a lot of damage threat that Kazuya needs to worry about. And it's not like Kazuya has great point slam plays to just play out early here to counter that sort of line. Okay, you go heavy cavalry, but that can just be answered by playing out this Brawler, and there's no lock in hand for Kazuya to deal with the Brawler either. Send these engines such as the Dame, such as the well, yeah, really just the Dame right now. He doesn't even have other things to work with.
No worries, my lord. I'll remain unseen, be assured.
So, should be smooth sailing here for Andy. The question is, what do you play here to keep going? It's gonna be...
First run to the second sesame. Yeah. They're split by 1 counter as well.
Yeah, and by playing Congregate as your leader rather than something like Lined Pockets or Off the Books, it's going to be a lot harder for Andy to trigger the counters on these open sesames. So it's really good getting them out early, and this brawler is already having a pretty good time lowering those counters down. So it's already the first open sesames are only on 3 counter.
Okay.
We see the click on the Tiger's Eye getting back to the full coin bank. This is in preparation, I believe, for if Kazuya were to pass, so that Andy would have that maximum carryover in the bank for the round 2.
So, okay, the script is written for the imposter leader. Play 3 cards, preferably bronzes, not triggering art feed, and leave the round. This time no tie. Lost round 1, and now let's see. Of course, we have a second brawler that you kind of need to be dealing with, but lock is in hand, and now you can commit your golds as well without losing the location. So this should be the immune piggy. 6.
This would have been the perfect time to play out the horse and senior, just get this bleed going, get that quite big point stun in place set up as well. But unfortunately, the Horsen is missing. You can try to find it from the bank, but it's quite awkward since it also requires the 3 tribute, so it has to be close to the top of the deck.
Yeah, for now, the preparation is being made with the bare knuckle brawler being thinned out of the deck, so your bank is slightly better. Now the only thing is, yeah, it's getting locked, and you lack the funding anyway. Needed to trigger the sesame 2 more times to get it rolling. Okay, yeah, there we go, Purify. Deals with lock number 1. There was potentially another one coming. There is, of course. Yeah, the Rumpali is just flying to the board. This Admiral, we have a big problem with the bare knuckle brawler hitting everyone, fighting everyone at our masquerade ball. Please come and deal with him. And yeah, he is getting locked up in a Nilfgaardian prison, most likely. No more purifies there.
Yeah, this is why you gotta protect Novigrad as a free city. Don't wanna get these just these Novigrad citizens. They don't deserve to go to these Nilfgaardian prisons and be turned into food for these thirsty dames. Their blood turned into wine.
Okay, so as far as bleeds go, I guess this achieved a thing or 2. You got a few gold cards, so you have to commit last. Andy is splitting the rows because, well, yeah, don't really want to feed into the imposter, and I doubt Nilfgaard really wants to deal with the zealots.
Yeah.
Anyway, so if you are angling at the juniors, at senior still, you can do that anyway.
Yeah, seems like we might be looking at a pass with how this bleeding was being spent. But this is a very nice opportunity to just kill off this Thirsty Dame. And that Intimidate value on the Piggy means that you're keeping up with the engines on Kazuya's side of the board as well.
Yeah, so this Congregate
It's a nice ring.
suddenly kind of became intimidating for the aristocrats at the moment. But they're keeping up fine, as you mentioned. Engines, yeah, still ticking. Wow, a congregation in the Congregate deck. There is a contract
You have
constructor,
the
but
5 Swarm tags. So, and it's just straight up point stand, doesn't over profit. So quite nice here, goes wide. And yeah, this Ard Fian has not been finding the value for Kazuya, Van Morham's Servant, the Coup, the Bowl. Those are just don't have any of the Agent Aristocrat tags you sorely want.
if only Andy could have stolen one of them Thirsty Dames. With all the statuses he's
Yeah.
spreading, it would have been magnificent, but alas, no Philippa in this
These I
Congregate.
These I sign a treaty.
Okay, so which one are you sending to the bottom?
Usurper still doesn't have Aristocrat tag. This Ard Fian still isn't giving any statuses.
Okay, there is still Roderick, so whatever you shuffle to the bottom of the deck might be findable. So this is bank. Oh, senior finisher. There we
Could
go.
just Senior Purify here. Could unironically be a play, but it looks like we're just gonna see this
Yeah, this
Fergus getting
execution
cleaned up,
is big.
saying I'd rather just kill the higher base power unit than deal with the Thirsty Dame engine, saying that I don't think Stain is doing that much more here.
Okay, suspending 3 bleed everywhere. The hunter is dying anyway. Okay, so Usurper was kept at the top.
Make Nilfgaard great again.
And how many bleeds were there? Yeah, Kazuya seems to be traveling into the next round unless Andy wants to trade another card, which he might.
I think you trade here.
There is only one intimidate 2, but only one card. But there are some coins in your bank, should be fine.
If the ring won't come off, just take the whole finger.
Yeah, with the bleeds. Also triggers the last sesame by doing this. Okay, so a lot of bleeding, but applied not by aristocrats. Let's see. Yeah, this is always enough. But what's left? There is Masquerade Ball somewhere at the bottom. You still have a couple of aristocrats. And you get the
Okay,
Roderick.
there's the Roderick. That's quite important. And yeah, there's the... Well, Roderick is only good for finding the bowl here.
Yeah.
I don't think Ku is doing that much in this short round, and even with the bowl, you don't have the aristocrats to trigger it. You only have the single hunter, but you do have a second fate in hand. But it's
Yay, Tinin, let's go.
Out of the way!
Okay, now there is only one gold.
My, the Van Moorlehems late.
I think you gained anything by playing the Ku there. You just give the opponent information on sort of your hand, or what you might or might not have.
So, when this is spawned, it sets power to 1. For those concerned about the imposter.
But the issue is Scoundrel is still a very nice imposter target regardless.
Yeah.
We get
Not-
the bounty is collected, but there's no way to spend on it.
I mean, the 3 power unit is being... Yeah, this is so bad. Scoundrel, scoundrel. What a tall unit.
And it's also gonna get poisoned to death as well.
The kitchen presents its finest yet.
Well, that was a fair fight from Congregate, considering how the previous 2 games went.
Let the hunt begin.
But somewhere there, the junior, the senior, and maybe junior were necessary earlier.
Yeah.
Actually get to the victory point.
Might have been winnable if it wasn't for that scoundrel in hand, but yeah, that huge imposter leader just secured the win for Kazuya. But, yeah.
Okay, so congratulations to Kazuya, GG's to Anti, extended, that's exactly what I mentioned. You might want to win at least a couple of games, and then it became relatively close with the Congregate as well, so GG's to both players. This is the quarterfinal number 1, but there are more matches today, so next match will be between Karim and Daurian, which gonna be great as well. Then we'll follow with Energix versus Yarrow and Lilith versus Cintrian Alliance, so quite a few matches and games today. But for now, we'll take a break and return with Karim versus Dauren and make a short deck review. So, any communication from from Metal? How long it will be?
So the next game will start in 15 minutes.
Okay. So, we'll take a break. It's okay.
Okay.
Be right
See you very
back.
soon.
Allow me to play you an elven folk tune.
Okay, so I'm back. For those of you just joining, there are still 3 matches to go. We're switching to Karim versus Daurian, but there are others happening afterwards. Lemon seems to be back as well.
Hello.
So we can
Bapanada.
we can go and look at the decks of Karimski and Daurian. For those of you who missed the previous series, well, you can start rewatching it, but yeah, Kazuya and Andy went till the last game, so Kazuya is traveling into the semi-final, and semi-finals are tomorrow as well as the final, so same time, same place. Should be good, don't forget to tune in. So we have Karim versus Daurian, we have green and orange faction presented by Karim, we have purple and blue presented by Daurian, and then the missing 2 are played by both players, but let's go straight into the decks. So we're starting with Daurian's lineup. It's Inspired Zeal, Earthen Ritual, Imposter and Hunger. We are not really stopping at Imposter list 2 for too long here. This version is without Edna and Rosa, with no Philippe.
Yeah.
So similar to what Kazuya was playing, I suppose. Maybe some bronze, maybe 1-to-1 deck. Earthen Ritual we haven't seen in action, but I would not complain if it would be banned again, to be honest.
Same.
It's the same list as well, more or less. Yeah, this one runs an Neromance over the portal. Okay, then we move into the funkier stuff, and it's Inspired Zeal. With Temple, with Siege, but also Mutagenerator and a bunch of 5p cards. And Rivian Pikeman is probably one of them to stop on. The card that lowers cooldowns of all the cards on your row, so if you have a lot of machines there, you can Dead Blow, or what was it, Inspired Condition? I don't remember, I don't recall, I think so.
I think, yeah, Death Blow or Inspired.
Yeah, so yeah, you can lower the cooldowns on your machines. But yeah, look at the Siege being present in 3 out of 3 lineups we've seen so far. And the last deck is Death Wish. I'm not sure if we have to talk about it too much. It's also a deck that is being played on tournaments. Daurian basically brought 3 decks that he was playing on Masters most likely, and just played Inspired Zeal in addition to that. So we're switching to Karim's decks. If you want to take over here.
Sure.
Yeah.
So we have a few more interesting things, a couple more slightly more blasts from the past. This Guerrilla Tactics mid-rangey control list is something that I think most would be fairly familiar with. We haven't seen it yet today, but it's been a common stay of recent tournaments. Might be worth noting that since frog mating season got a nerf to provisions, it's no longer possible to create it from a 7-power Philavandrel. So Cream's still opting to play both the frog mating season and the Philavandrel. Looks like you're playing the frogs just for its good mid-rangey value, and then Philavandrel probably just to maybe create a 5p or maybe, I don't know what else. It's hard to set up, and you don't even really run as many. I don't think there's any hand buffs in this deck actually.
There
So
are
yeah,
harvests, but you need to hit,
Oh.
so that's kind of not guaranteed to be happening for ya, depending on your draws. And of course you can force it, but yeah, it's less consistent than just having an elf that you pull from the council.
For sure. So yeah, love to see the Frenzied Dow. Great synergy with that MILVA Sharpshooter, and MILVA's a cool card. It gives you a bit of extra control early on, and a bit of extra versatility in setting up that Shiru. Next deck is Triple Eder. This is the Arachas Swarm, popularized way back when by like Truzki and co. The aim, play a defender round 1, stick an Eder behind it, play the Arachas Queen, click your owner shadows, and then you have like 3 copies of Eder in the game. And then in a future round, you play Witch's Sabbath and bring them all back all at once. Very scary, a lot of engines, and the big goal is to get Kikimore Stalkers with a bunch of drones spawn to set up a lot of ones on the opponent's side of the board, eat them all with Glusty, and then profit doubly so with your Varan Warriors. So this is probably the most blue coin focused deck of like any tournament deck that we have, because it really hinges around using that Urn of Shadows, and you only get that chance playing from the blue coin.
Yeah. Okay, then we have Enslave Assimilate, but with addition of Angolim, we can revert back to Dauren's decks and see there is Siege, there is Temple of Militele, Kartrolde, Masquerade Ball, and okay, he kicked the Mashed Raffle from monsters, but yeah, quite a few targets for that Angolim to pick. From Duchess's Informant, no Bratans, but Duchess's Informant, Artorius, Vigo, and Ku allow you to copy aristocrats and machines if you need to trigger scenarios, so will be interesting to see if Angolim actually finds the value, but just a 9-point card for the monster match.
Yeah, I really want to see this Enslave in action. Angolim is just such a fun card to watch.
Also my mistake, Bratans is there, it's just that the card is 11 provisions now for reasons of council balance, so yeah, I was searching for it somewhere between Stefan and Artot, where I used to see it.
Yeah, but this is a bit of the risky Brothans, because we're only running informants in this list, no emissaries, so this is the kind of Brothans where if the opponent doesn't play any bronzes, and the Brothans is just a sad brick.
Yeah, if you want to blame someone, there is a chat member named Sam who baited Karim into playing Scholars. Scholars, of course, are busted cards. Calvi traveling to that 11 provision threshold, for example, is like additional point to the Scholar. So you have 2 from hand, and you have 1 from Artorius Vigo. If you manage to play 3 of them, that's a lot of points, Slam, but you need to draw them, otherwise Calvit is saying like bye.
Yeah, they're pretty good for contesting the round 1 for a deck that can struggle getting value from those bronzes in round.
Then we have the last one, Bounty, Poisons, Golden Necker deck. So at least someone is playing Golden Necker, I was concerned.
Yes. Yeah, I think if we don't see Lyrium Yamon, the Golden Necker stock seems to just plummet immediately.
Yeah.
But this is, no surprise seeing a Bounty with the Golden Necker. You combine in the poisons and the bounties together to get a lot of control through these statuses. So your poison package, you have things like the Morale, the Salamander Assassin, which can poison bounty unit, 2 copies of the Fist Tech, the Blindham Brothers, and the Salamander Hideout ties it all together, which you ideally want that Hideout to be coming out as the artifact play from the Golden Necker. Bounty side of things, you have the Caleb Menge, which can be protected with a candle, quite potent, giving bounties every single turn. And then the Witch Hunt Executioners, which you're able to spend to collect on those bounties. And your Slander's Hysterias help to apply ththose as well. Ignatius Hail, your big finisher. An 18-point finisher for a Golden Necker list is very, very nice, considering that Golden Neck helps you with that earlier tempo at some point previously in the game.
Yeah.
And also Evelyn Gallows in this list. Love to see her get some play.
Yeah, I missed
Quite nice
that.
in round 1.
Yep. Okay, so we got the invites, means that the bans have been made. I will be putting the player name, so it's accept the invite first.
Looks like monsters have been banned on both sides, so no Death Wish for Darren and no Triple Idir for Kareem. So we will get to see both players playing Nilfgaard. Excited to see that assimilate Enslave.
Yeah, Karim is making a few things return to the tournaments. We haven't really seen MILVA's Sharpshooter, if I'm not mistaken, recently, as well as the Enslave. Not that many. Enslave shot itself in the foot after that Enslave has been used on False City in the previous iteration of CDPR Masters, and after that people started playing less of it. That's my explanation. Also, why is Discord being weird? I don't like it when Discord is being weird. Tries to lose your webcam and now it's keeping the things like extra information. What? Can we stop? Okay, seems to be fixed now. Good. Okay, so the card is spinning, the bans have been made, no monsters. I always love to see the Arachas Swarm deck with Eaters, but oh well, we get to see Assimilate, Bounty, and Guerrilla Tactics control. So very controlly from Andy, from Karim, sorry. Here also, so he has control.
Yeah.
I guess Death Wish can be okay with control, as in, you control, but Aristocrats and Siege Engines don't really like it too much.
Yeah. Kareem does have heat waves in both the Square and his list. Sorry, almost is banned. So only the Square has access to the artifact removal then off the non-banned lists. Curious if we'll just see Heatwave on Reach Generator or if it'll be saved for something like the Dem event instead. Going into game 1 here, probably expecting like a Syndicate on the blue coin for Kareem. Maybe Self-Wound on the red. Okay, it is.
Oh, and I'm getting in as well, so I don't have to do anything. We can just enjoy the game. So, Bounty from blue.
I just want to clarify, I made that prediction before seeing the actual leaders, so I'm quite chuffed that I managed to get the call correctly.
Joke. Yeah, I wasn't also referring to that. I don't see and you see it, but yeah, I was just happy to get into the match with no complications. So, Self-Wound against Poisons and Bounties, well, it might get more problematic to for Self-Wound compared to some other games. Okay, so we see Evelyn Gallo opener, good card to find in round 1.
Who needs Tiger's Eye when you can just play this Evelyn Gallo? She basically gets you almost like half a Tiger's Eye every single turn.
Yeah. The thing is, like, you want to spend with her on board, so here we go, 5 bleeds applied to the ship, but not bad. The ship will be at 6 base power in no time.
Yeah,
oh, not base power, but least, power.
Yeah, the bleed does go through the armor as well since it's bounty, so it doesn't feel nearly as bad as if you had an actual damage spender having to hit that Dracada.
You sailed into troubled waters, mate.
So, two school of thinking with the self-wound. Sometimes it's play 3 and pass and then start establishing and resisting the bleed. The other one is, okay, I'll match you. So far we see bronzes being played, and yeah, okay, 8 bleed. We must go deeper now with all the bleeds there. This boat is starting to feel like Sigvald, to be honest. So many bleeds collected, getting mardromed, so nice.
Any last words? If you can still speak.
No
Now
bounded.
might be seeing some poisons.
So Daurian is yeah, not far away in points. Has an opening to play Maxi.
Yeah.
Well, get card roll. The next 4 cards are kind of meh, but you are finding stuff considering you have Oniromancy as well.
Yeah, could be seeing the keep, but yeah, and you have a lot of golds in hand, so you do have things to defend a potential bleed if you were worried about a round 2 being played out.
Man, all those bleeds just gone like this with one assassin click. Not going through, not being profited from by either side. Just coins gone. So Evelyn, is she good? She did okay. Doggo jumping out unnecessarily. Like, okay, if the golden necker wasn't there, maybe you like, take it as a free thing in and finding your cards. But in this situation, yes, Karim wouldn't mind jumping, extra 3 points jumping, especially after he passes, if he passes.
Yeah.
With the spice.
Yeah. Then again, in later rounds, the Nickers can just be extra fodder for the Svalbard potentially. By just having an extra sort of 3-4 effective power body, it doesn't even matter if the Svalbard is doing 4 damage to the whole entire board.
So I guess its main function here would have been like round 2 thinning base case scenario, but okay. It's out, so maybe you found your Caleb Menge because of that, you never know. Cannot really put big bodies against bounty plane function, so we do see Marauder at full power with 3 pings going towards the immune unit. Yeah, why not? Of course the immunity is gone now.
Yeah, that's very nice roll with that Marauder. Means that it's a lot easier to kill this Gellet with either Canoe on a smaller unit if need be, or even just with the Svalbard later on, this Gellet will end up dying. So if you want to use the K-Trolled, you might just need to Oniromancy your Sigval, Draco Turtle, all good. One of your big jeweler cards. It's going to be the Draco Turtle as, I guess, the... I was going to say the poison that Darren decided to pick here. The poison of choice, but you probably don't want that Draco Turtle getting poisoned.
Okay, so clashes with the drill. Yeah, having Dwindbeyonder in hand is quite nice.
I am a great artist.
What do we have here? There is a poison from hand available if necessary. Also, there is a purify, but that's not found. Plus, like purifying against active morale on board when you are not doing 2 things in one go is not really achieving anything great.
No more half measures.
Saves the Canoe. Says, you want to kill Draco Turtle, that's fine by me. Kareem just setting up the second Blind Brother. So we're going to get quite a bit of value now with each Gellet click. But we see the setup now for the Svalbard, and at least Cream only has 3 units, but with such a small point gap, as soon as the Svalbard comes down, it's going to be quite a huge difference. I think, like at this point, unless you commit the Golden Necker, it's looking like Darwin would get card advantage just by committing the Svalbard.
Yeah, and if you are passing your meetings with all the main cast of Dauren's deck in round 3, it's not sounding too fun. We have Kalkstein in the deck, so that can lead to some shenanigans, but how the game going, yeah, that Sigvald is probably not going to be the main deciding factor. He might contribute, but... So, Karim decides to play into this a little bit more. Dauren. Well, the next card is kinda like big. So yeah, this is the Draka Turtle not traveling into round 3. This decision has been made, and decision was also made to avoid getting poisoned again. The clash was happening with the failed experiment. Golden Necker.
I think you have to commit Golden Necker here. I don't see how you're able to keep up in around 3. Just
Freaks aren't welcome here.
okay, you can take the Menge here a bit slower. Set up the bounty on the Draco Turtle. You can collect on that with the poison shenanigans coming out of the Golden Echo.
Yeah. The problem is the presence of this candle. Like you don't have a poison.
Oh, yes.
You don't have a poison unit, so you have to rely on location and a pool of fish tech. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, gonna be quite risky here. We'll see how that goes.
Okay, at least you also get this Volbot out. Not sure how much value it was bringing for Dauren in round 3 anyway, considering the number of units is depleting. Okay, so there we go. Finds finds the double failed experiment from those rolls.
Okay.
So gets to collect the bounty as well, and now the point gap is back to normal for Karim. Of course, there is an active Swolblood on the board.
Small issue with the Ignatius out. Karim doesn't have a short round now. Like it doesn't exist.
If Heatwave is gone, I guess you just buff Sirinova to the max behind the shield.
Yeah. But there's still spores as well.
Okay, yeah, but okay, both Heatwave and Spores are there in Dauren's hand, so let's see how he gets out of this, because... Okay, there is no Spender though. Ping, ping, ping. Another ping. Just thinking, should you really bounty the Swolblood? But I guess, yeah, that wouldn't lead to great things. So, Dauren's short round is also starting to be less impressive.
It's true. Especially with, no Chaotroid click carrying over here.
Okay, he has an Aeromancy to be fair, so the Knut Sigvald are there. Maybe not the most amazing. Play it into something like Candle.
So, yeah, and Kareem does have a 9 damage Blood Oni leader here carrying over. That's quite nice, especially with Sigdrifa's right Gorn. Canute is just gonna die immediately, like as soon as it gets played, you'd expect. I wonder.
So no heat waves,
Yeah.
no spores as well. You can hide behind the shield and no unit plays.
Yeah, Kareem can go no unit for the first 2 turns here, which really only lets Darren play the Canute as like the final card to actually get some damage done. Looks like a Neomancy might just be getting the Orchid for the straight up 10 points. Or if you think you'll get more synergy with the Martyrdom, just go Martyrdom onto the Sigvald. But deciding to go Siri Nova
Was
first.
there any
here.
reason to lead Nova over the candle?
I guess worried about over profiting by playing the candle first. Thinks it's better to play like this to maximize the point value.
Death holds no surprises.
So I think we're just gonna last say this Executioner then to play around the Canute damage, just stack behind the shield like you said before. And I think that's looking like a really good line of play here.
Yeah, I guess if you open up this shield, yeah, you meet with the Blood Money leader as you mentioned, and you are not getting any damage through anyway. Okay. Somebody already could tally up the points from the place here, but we're not doing that. We're just watching.
Yeah. It's midnight. It's too late for maths.
Yes, I agree. It's midnight here as well.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
And Darren, just taking the time trying to decide which is
Okay,
better to
goes
play
after the
first.
candle. Fair
Okay.
enough.
Offensive spend, I like it.
So at the moment, Karim is kind of lacking a spender, and this one is dying to Knut. If you just want to take it out, but
Kareem
since
loses.
so this is placing a bounty, but like you have enough damage already, so you're not spending. So was this a rope for the?
Oh, wait.
Yeah, with candle gun,
Yeah.
you have. Was there anything? Not really. Nothing really helps you from the deck. Yeah.
Very well played by Darren there. Offensive verification, I think, was the. From what it was looking like, I didn't do the maths, but I think the only line that would result in a win there. So 2 scores of 17 to 23 in round 2, round 3. And yeah, Darren takes the first match of the series.
Okay, but maybe this was the weak point. Let's see how control fares after the self wound is gone. Hey Jordanovicer, welcome to the second match of the day. We're just getting started for the day. We didn't even get to the midpoint.
And that's the funny thing, because if Kareem had... So... Was there enough coins to spend with Candle first? Would that have been enough? I'm not sure.
There were some coins in the bank, right? So yeah,
Yeah.
could have gone, knowing that there is no reset and heat wave. And he was always collecting bounty with the leader if necessary.
But nonetheless, I'm not sure. Like, what if this missionary just wants to like red coin abuse and with the meter, or
No.
whether it's Harpia just playing blue coin with the Northern Realms here? It looks like it is gonna be the Northern Realms on blue for Darren, and then the square control coming out on red coin for Kareem. So this is the list which has Heatwave in it. It's drawn straight away in hand, but Meteor Generator is also here for Darren. So we'll see how Kareem decides to play around the Meteor Generator. Your choices are, you can either just pass early, get out of the round, so that the opponent has to either give up really like a long round 3, or give up the extra Meteor Generator carryover, or you just use your Heatwave early on.
So
What is Temple going to help here?
oh, Ada. If only there were. Oh yeah. So regarding that, the reason says coming from the temple.
Who needs to actually play Unstace in your deck when you can just high roll it from Temple, I guess?
Was it what Karim referred to yesterday on his stream? I have no idea. They were doing math with Kawa, but hitting one specific card from the temple, yeah. There we are. It's 10 provisions. Why wouldn't you just create it and save yourself? Problem.
And gets a Radivid Judgment as another of the pools.
Yes.
And it's Devotion, so the Radivid Judgment works well in this list.
Beautiful.
Just a nice extra.
And then they're
Here's
just
the-
riding together on the War Elephant. That's so like lesser value, but
Yeah.
still. Okay, so Karim says you can play your Muto Generator deck. Looking at what's in hand, I mean, with the Rafart, if you start rolling, you might get quite a few cards to program Muta. But yeah, not the card of utmost importance, plus all the buffs applied by Muto Generator, bringing the cards closer to potentially buffed Shiro range. So that might be another thing to consider. So yeah, this Siege pickup is probably not Dauren's favorite card to see this early, but at least you found it.
Yeah, it's not going to help with contesting the round 1, but yeah, it's always good to have that knowledge that it is there. It is going to be available for the round 2 if need be.
Not dealing with this Kadveni Revenant means that, well, with reinforced ballista, potentially was becoming a foot, but instead Rafart's Vengeance just snipes the skirmisher off the board. Okay, so now the scroll, another heavy card added to the hand. And control deck says I will be controlling you in round 2 and round 3, but not here early on. So Muta Generator value, yeah, not the greatest, but there is like 5, 6, 7 points. However many this Rafart Vengeance hit. Radovit, I guess, was the only gold in the same range.
You want to know what the crazy thing is with these temple pools? Out of Radovid, Ancest, and War Elephant, I think we'd all agree that War Elephant is probably the worst of the 3.
Yeah.
It also costs 12 provisions compared to the other 2 costing 10. Which is
Yeah.
kind of to think about. So yeah, Siege coming out, immediate heat wave on the response. And this reinforced ballista quite easy to deal with if you move it to the other row or just don't play ranged row.
I pass on every 10th round.
There are so many things to move to the other row.
Mm.
Carro ballista, trebuchet. No. Oh, you can just move them on the row as well, and this is quite a clean kill.
Yeah, that's a bit of a misplacement
Yeah.
there by Dower. Could have played the Carabalist on the other side of the reinforced trebuchet. And yeah, it's open deck list, so you know for sure that the opponent here, in this case Kareem, is running that one-off Cat Witcher Saboteur. But now it's out, you don't need to worry about it anymore.
Okay, so we see the Rivian Pikeman. Rivian Pikeman is not what we as casters pronounce too often. But
Rivian?
yeah.
Have you seen a fuse lying about?
Is he like Geralt's brother or something? Geralt of Rivia, Rivian Pikeman. Okay, yeah. So, Mahagam Pass into Pirate Ignition might help to snipe something off, but you can also click and hit Drone with the Incessant, which will be back with the next Soldier Plate.
Yeah.
As far as Shiro goes, cannot really do Shiro 7 with the current buffs unless you develop the Vial onto the board first. Okay, there we go. Movement. Also run with the... Yeah, I don't know how to call him exactly.
Backfiring there a little bit. I probably would have liked to see the Pyrotech click before. Oh, actually, oh no, you want to get rid of the run vid, yeah. So it's a bit about... Yeah, if the Pyrotech hit like the Reinforced Trebuchet or the, I think, Pikeman, then you could have secured the kill with the Milva. But yeah, of course, if the Pyrotech hits the run vid instead, you'd be stuck in a bad spot. So a bit of give and take on the sequencing there.
Pass
all
is
tied
over.
up here, 12 to 12.
Pass is offered, but do you really take it? There is still double AA. One can be played, but meeting Squirrel.
But, yeah. So gonna be getting the crew back on this reinforced trebuchet. Getting a decent amount of value actually. Maybe the reinforced trebuchet actually is better than that Carabalist which got killed off at the start of the round. And it's able to miss the armor on the Pyrotechnician here. Just lengthening this lead bit by bit.
Okay, it's frogging time.
So it's gonna create some taller units. Means this Ansace is a bit more of a worthwhile commitment if we decide to see that this round. But it does allow Kareem to get ahead at the same time here.
Okay, so is it the time to start the frog hunt? It seems to be being to one by one. It's not like you create too many another one gone, and then there was only one frog left, but not that you care too much about them.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, this Ronwit is kind of helpful to move stuff and not float your Milva, just being that bouncy card. But there is Natalis, there was AA that I mentioned, so we might see him coming back one more time. And no frogs.
Yeah, so frogs taken out means that any potential Cat Witcher students just, or Cat Witcher adepts I think it is, just wouldn't be any good here for Kareem if they were in hand or taken from the Aneromancy. Gonna be AA to get the Echo for Dower in here. What's the AA gonna choose? Bit late, I think, for the Kedreni Revenant to have a fun time. Gonna go for the straight up point slam from the Karak Marine. See if it can navigate to a pass here. Which, yeah, if you want to take the squirrel, great to get rid of the AA from the game here. Banish that away. But yeah, now Darren is ahead and yeah, snaps the pass straight away. He doesn't want to commit the Sand Says or the Dem event, saving those two for the round 3 for this shorter 5-card round 3.
So does it cost you your carryover? No, okay, 1 leader charge instead. Well, some carryover, but this Mahakompass is there, offering some extra Shiro lines. So, rather with Judgment, Kedreni Revenant are 6s, there is a 5. No AA to create a tall unit, and Anses is just a big chunky unit. So not too great for Shiro.
The War Elephant can actually get a crew pocket with the Rivian Pikeman and the Radovid Judgment coming out. So that could be kind of funny to see. But yeah, kind of depending on any Shiro shenanigans, and I'd expect it to get locked up anyways. But some quite nice draws from Kareem.
Yeah.
Finding access to basically everything important. Going to be an Aeromancy to lead here.
So yeah,
Master as the practice play. Basically telling Darren, I've drawn everything I want. But yeah.
Okay,
That's
so
the
now
oil.
you have to hit no
Why
damage
should I, an
good
elf, a
cards.
sage, converse with an ape?
I mean, Dragoon is okay. No order
Dragoon is
cards. This is worse. Although you have only elves, so the Commando is fine. It's another uninteractive play, making Philavandrel. Okay, finds at least something to roll from.
Keep a stiff neck.
Takes another, gets another Swordmaster, but there is a Dryad that will proc Antirians and infused units. How many? Okay, I see. But there is one huge Prince and Says that can be played as a finisher. Playing for like, in the current board state, basically can count as 19 points, I suppose. So is it another case, transferring from the previous series where damage deck has a lot of damage, but nothing to hit?
It's just the Shiro who's going to have a super tough time. Like, there's not much in the ways of setup for the Shiro here. You have 1 leader charge and the 1 Mahakam pass. Like,
Yeah.
what you can set it to 8, but that's too big for this Rivian Pikeman. It's
I guess if it was hit once by the hand buff, it would have been fine. So it's an 8, 10,
Yeah.
doesn't really matter here. Although, okay, you have the Antirian, so if you float, you can try to get the 7 here. After you play Moran. Yeah, okay, so Karim goes for that possible line. Is an Antirian actually clutch here? I don't know, there is still Radovid jumping out as well. Okay. The leader charge to proc it immediately. Yeah, that's probably even with the Shiro unbeatable.
yeah, War Elephant actually really good here. I think kind of have to eat my own words here.
So, speaking of temple, there is an 18-point elephant 6-point radar with 3 damage floating and Prince and Says. I don't want to be like judgmental towards the fucking temple, but can we not?
Leave here alive.
Like, yeah.
Okay, decent shear at 7.
Yeah.
Nice play with the harmony to get it to the required level, but Beyonce's doesn't even need to duel. But just for the little bit of added glory, goes off, kills the Morin, and yeah, convincing win for Dauren.
Good job by Dauren, but for fuck's sake, this temple, I can't.
Yeah.
Like we just seen the round 3 temple basically paying off.
Like at least Kazuya, you know, actually ran the Radovid and the Anses in the main deck whilst playing the temple. Like those are the sort of the key cards that you usually think of in that kind of devotion list. But no, just high roll them anyways here for Dauren, and then get to do mutual generator shenanigans on top because you've freed up all your provisions.
Yep. Okay, that was funny. Like an elephant there, yes. Wait, yeah, 6 points and it's up. Although that damage log doesn't really matter, but yeah, deck definitely works. Why wouldn't you? So Karim has to beat Aristocrats. The script repeats itself. Aristocrats going against 3 decks of the opposition. Well, Andy almost achieved that. Let's see if Karim with his controller lineup can do the same. Good luck to the players with the good rolls and finding their cards in the remainder of the series. But yeah, Dauren wouldn't mind to end it right here, right now. The problem with poison running self-poison components is that yeah, you cannot float anything.
Yeah, but at the same time, the reverse of that is that something like the Salamander Hideout is very good in this matchup because it acts as both a purifier and an offensive poison. So yeah, that click can be very powerful. It kind of forces Dauren into needing to one-turn poison with the ball, for example.
Okay, so Artfiend is being kept in hand, just in case. Yeah, and Karim says that I heard you were talking shit about being like floating poison units. There you go. There is one for ya. Allows the dogs to jump out immediately, but that was bound to happen anyway.
With this feisty lover, I'm already cutting my own throat.
I wonder if... Is this more points than the Disciple, or did Karim just not want to play into Ku? A little bit curious about the reasoning there. We do see the Spine coming out onto the Savvy Huckster here. Both players just kind of playing their 4 provision bronzes, just the bottom of the bottom, provision-wise. Nika's coming out. Good dog, helping the point gap here.
Yeah. But this cannot continue for much longer. Right. Do you throw City Nova into round 1?
Maybe.
Or is it just another bronze? This is a Witch Hunter. Okay. Alternatively, you find the pass button before the faction that before the deck that finds it usually finds it. You're going, okay, how is that? And now, what is it? 8 points.
Looks like, yeah, I don't see how
The coup on
That one does,
Huckster
yeah.
is 7-8.
Yeah, so
So
gonna be
no
Okay.
need to flow 8 and 9, I guess, with the spend as well.
So yeah, bronze wouldn't have been enough. So we see the I mean, yeah, the coup is committed, but it has echo, so it will be back anyways. And this is in the aristocrat deck. It can be a little hard to set up the coup sometimes in a shorter round, so you don't mind just playing the first copy here. Like that's all good. Yeah, it looks like Kareem with that really early pass. Happy to give up round control, saying that I'm fine going into a potentially 10 card round 3. I'm fine getting bled. You might have a bit of an awkward time bleeding me because I can just play low to the ground, play a bit more uninteractive. Or if you pass here, I'll just set up my carryover, set up my Siri Nova, set up the candle, and then use my own control tools to deal with you. The kind of threats that you'll put out later on. So, do you reckon you bleed here as Darren?
Okay, apparently at least establishing the carryover, not the most expensive means. It's just that you don't have to do anything for several turns as the aristocrat player. So can you really play into this? I don't think so. Like you play, yeah, this just plays into the poison, inviting the pass next turn.
Yeah, the nice thing about at least doing these semi-decent tempo plays is that it means that Kareem in response needs to play something a little bit decent after this Siri Nova comes down if he is to get ahead.
Okay, so the pass is coming. There is no pass poison connector, and you want to establish series, so spending is the way to close the gap. So candle is at counter 4, or spend 4, 8 points, and you get the Sirenova. There is of course no Vilgefortz, and this is not a purified deck, so let's see. It's usually like in the mirrors with poisons is also very useful to have that on the board to buff into Oblivion.
So yeah, and you were saying before about how it's really awkward doing self-poisons in this deck. That's where the Veil from the Siri Nova comes in clutch. It allows you to get this sort of 2-point spend each turn on the Gellert here.
Yes.
And making use of this immunity, there's not really much for Darren to target with statuses at the moment.
Yeah, there's a whale with like shield, you know, have fun with that for now. Now something you can actually interact with. So Fangs have not been played. Yeah. No reason to self-poison. The drill doesn't go on Nova.
I guess setting up the drill here means that if something like a Dame gets played, it'll go up to 6 at the most, and then Drill with Hysteria would be able to clean that up.
So yeah, keeping the coin for the drill spend if necessary. Okay, so and indeed the Dame is coming. It indeed is becoming a 6.
Well, actually, yeah. If a Dame were played from hand there, it might have gone above 6 power. But yeah, the Drill's still... It would have been, I think, a little short of cleaning it up. But regardless, the board does get cleaned up here. Not many coins in the bank for Kareem now. But pretty good start to the round. Dealt with the immediate threats. But there's so many bronze engines in hand here for Darren that it's quite scary. But, the Joachim is missing, the Emir is missing, the Roderick is missing.
Yeah, I
So
guess
there's
we didn't drive attention towards that, and now is the proper time Like, I was checking
So,
for
yeah,
Roderick in round 2 to, like, yeah, get the sense of it, but then I forgot. Then I just assumed that the cards will count for Dorian. No, turns out it's not as trivial. Oh, look, Roderick. At least yeah, Artfane is nice. If you don't, some people don't know that you can right-click the graveyards and your deck. When you are new to the game, you don't really try everything. So yeah, especially if you skip tutorial. At least Artfane allows you to check what's in your deck. Okay, so another bronze engine gun. There are only like 3 more of them.
Yeah.
Bapanada.
So the immunity is now gone from the gather. It's now possible for Darren to deal with it. But it's really just the wrong party and the leader here which are gonna give ways to do that. Tundra finished up with the second lock. And yeah, no Amir means it's a lot. No Amir, no Fergus means it's a lot harder to get spying over to the opposing side of the board. And this Ardfiend hasn't managed to establish much spying due to the nature of the units that Cream has played either. So these Seditious Aristocrats aren't looking good. We're not seeing like these huge 10-point deploys like we did in the last series.
Yeah, I'm doing my jobs as executioner and just finds that one power unit to kill off. But yeah, the first bronze is on the board and here to stay at the moment. Only 2 damage available from the blood money.
There's a nice ring to it.
Oh, look,
Is it not?
Emir that I missed. There he is.
A job's a job.
Which one are you? No, yeah, this is correct. To click the one that is not bleeding because he's like well rested executioner to collect bounty. This one is bleeding. Might decide to spend some coins for like anti-bleeding potions or something. Yeah.
Yeah,
Good
that's
choice.
yeah. I don't want to get swindled away like that. So yeah.
No.
Gonna be Ku now. That's a way to deal with the Menge.
Special buyer for you.
But I don't really see how Darren is gonna get any use out of the spend on the Menge. Sure, you could bounty something you're poisoning, get a bit more coinage, but yeah, you have no other way to
I
spend.
mean,
so it
you
doesn't really...
have leader, so you just lock the executioner, but it still becomes a bit too hard to get the proper spending. Okay, so.
It is a status at the very least. The Menge given bounty for down here, but morale from the Golden Necker, as well as the Slander to put the bounty over. And the failed experiment. There goes the Dame. 1 turn poison coming through, and we have another potential poison with the morale order, but the issue with morale is it's possible for Darren to make a copy of it themselves with that imposter leader, and I don't think there's really a great way for Cream to deal with such a play.
Discreetly.
I have to bane poison.
Okay, so the only remaining bronze engine. There is this blood money thing that deals like 4 damage already. Ready to
You'll not feel a thing. I promise.
go again, but you don't even need that with the Salamandra Assassin. So, there is no Scoundrel this time around to yoink with Imposter. Morale, as you mentioned, is a pretty powerful tool, but... Okay, this poisons. You basically can deal with Ignatius if you want to. But
yeah,
that kind of
actually, yeah,
hinges
Darren is
on
just
the...
gonna.
Sorry?
Actually, Darren is just saving the leader for Ignatius, right? Because there's the
No,
last save.
Ignatius is spawned at 1
Oh,
power.
yeah, no,
so,
never mind. Yep.
That would have been cool if would have been very cool if CDPR didn't think of it, but they decided that a few things might be released or reworked into the... So yeah, there we go. Morale getting buffed. Always first leader, then going back with the usurper because of extra status. And turns out there is a poison, but there is location, and there is 2, and it's gone, and then your dreams of poisoning 18 power units kinda gone. And yeah, look at this.
Very
there we go, forfeit. No Vincent, no Wilgefortz, no Leo. And
that was just tough for Darren. The draws were just not there.
Yeah,
and that's the thing. Joachim and Roderick are great, especially in combination with the Art Fiend, because if you find them, then that basically allows you to get to the rest of your golds, and then you can basically play everything out that way. But if you don't find either the Joachim or the Roderick, then you're in quite a tough spot. And yeah, so now we have a series again. We'll see. Can Kareem finish off the reverse sweep? Needs 2 more wins to progress and become the winner, who maybe not taking all just yet, but would be able to take a win in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, how do you reckon the Enslave versus Masquerade Ball goes with Angolim? Angle, I guess it becomes much better for Enslave.
I think Enslave should have a pretty decent time.
So, if you guys missed out on the first series, Masquerade Ball Mirror, this will be slightly different if it happens, but yeah, we might have Status Nilfgaard versus Status Assimilate Nilfgaard. You know how it goes. You put 25 cards into the deck, but then you feel like playing something else.
Yeah, I'm very good at putting 25 cards into a deck. The problem is I still haven't really figured out how to put 25 good cards into a deck.
Well, you can start with the temple and assimilate units. That should like help you.
Yes. I can't build a deck, so I'll just get luck or my opponents build the deck for me.
Man, Lemon Catran and Lemon Squirt are very popular emotes in chat by the looks of it. Should have added them earlier. Why add any Kung Fu related emotes when you can just write on the glory of Lemon?
Yeah. What are these emotes?
See, you can make Metal Gwent. Okay, I missed time. You can make it lemon, taste like lemon. It's brilliant.
You crossed the wrong sorceress.
Okay, so there we go. The kinda predicted mirror. That is not really a mirror, but it will be if Angolim makes an appearance. Of course, there is Calvate. So look. Speaking of mirrors, how about double obsidian mirror? Do you like those into Thirsty Dames and Soldiers? Sounds pretty good.
I mean, yeah, this is one of the best matchups for the Obsidian Mirror. It does mean that you kind of need to let the Daemon Pikeman stick, to get that value, but if you do, then you can basically just copy it for yourself. But no pikeman for Darwin means that the mirror value has gone down a whole lot. But yeah, going into game 4 here, mirror mirror on the wall, which player has the better ball?
Okay. There we go.
My, the Van Moorlehems, they truly spoil us.
Great job. Okay, so first target for that mirror is on the board, but there are not that many in hand. Also Daurian once again, Artfiend is there. Oh, look. Speaking of things that deal with other things, how about assassination roll?
Yep.
You're gonna get it now.
You're gonna get it now. So there is Calvi to drop. No top deck shenanigans with Cantarell. It should be fine. And there is this Collar. Bam! 9 points. Proactive play. Of course, Double Fang says hello here. So not that amazing. Also, the mirror stock is going down heavily here.
Sons of Nilfgaard!
Who needs to play Norska Sergeant when you can just play 9 for 4? Balance Council, please no.
Yeah, Balance Council, why you buffing that? 11 provisions for Calvit is just the way.
So now it's a bit difficult to contest for Kareem because these mirrors are literal 3-point plays.
Yeah.
No extra added value with any of these copies. They don't even trigger assimilates, not that there are any assimilates on board. But
so you can commit Artorius, Vigo, hit the Scholar. But there is Emissary that is playable. And Dauren, sensing that you are starting to do weird stuff, will, like, yeah, most likely play it. So, okay, Karim finds the pass button. Did get his deck sorted, so we'll be drawing into Torres and Golim Bratens, and that's basically it. So that's why he couldn't really contest round 1 any deeper. He has all the good shit already in hand. And now mirrors are getting mulligan. It feels bad, man.
oh yes, for sure. And that's all the golds in hand here for Kareem. So it keeps the second mirror, actually. What would that have mulligan to? Just some... Probably the informant, yeah.
Yeah, the usual story of Emir. There is Earthfiend, there is Doggo. Don't you want them in your hand?
Yeah. Emir just wants to play with his pooches. But yeah, Darren might not be so happy with that turn of events. Mage Torturer for the 5 provision assimilate engine and then the added veil on top. That's going to be very nice in this matchup. And already this bleed is looking quite tough for Darren. To really threaten, you'll probably have to commit like the Yolkim, otherwise it's just going to be a short, more just tempo bleed. With this emissary coming out and then stolen back by the Emir. So, informant could be very nice here to ruin the flanking of this pikeman.
A shame I had
We can just go mirror.
Yeah, this is not the mirror that I was trying to hype up. God damn it. This is much worse. Okay, Artfiend is match 2 now instead of sort your deck. Just showing the same stuff.
Yeah, mirror's always awkward to play because it's like, okay, I have an engine I can copy. Do I just take the mirror now and get this engine value ticking as soon as I can, or do I try to hold off on it hoping some better copy target will come along in addition? So it's going to be bleeding coming out to help finish off this pikeman. So yeah, this mirror looking doubly sad. Ooh.
Yeah. So who let the dogs out? Asks Karim. And why are not all of the dogs present, but doesn't matter. Cannot really get ahead. So yeah. It's not like the traits are brilliant as of now for Daurian, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah. As a pass. Do you
But
take it though? What are you trying to get out here for Darren? Just value?
yeah, okay, so Angolim committed means that we are not really watching Masquerade Ball Mirror anymore. Whee. There is this annoying play with first form Taurus where they kinda steal your dogs from the deck and then cool one of your dogs later on in a throwaway round, so to say. But yeah, that ain't happening. Emir is Taurus is going into his second form, so we'll want to bounce something. Okay, we have Taurus opening. Is it? Yeah.
Taurus is very good against Joachim, right?
I insert a needle
Yeah.
here. What
I mean, there is literally Squirrel and Scholar in your deck, so not that impressive if you
Okay,
are
yeah,
like
true.
hesitant of getting poisoned, I suppose, especially with the tall unit. But yeah, nothing brilliant. It's basically tactics and proactive play in the Scholar.
Yeah. I was thinking more from the side of trying to deny the coup.
Yeah, I understand, but it's just sad that nothing is.
It's not that great.
It's really annoying as a Nilfgaard player to have this Calvid that sorts your deck and forces you to draw everything, and then you are sitting like, what the hell am I doing here? Like, the deck plays itself so easily.
Very nice Mage Torture 1 power. It's fine because there isn't much in the ways of damage, and I don't think there's even Mage Torturer in deck here for Darren.
Everyone
Yeah,
has
so
their
it's-
secrets.
Doesn't need to worry about that potential threat.
So this Artorius being a potential coup target, yeah, there is one too many bronzes for you to rely on. If you can establish Artot and put Spine onto something important, that would be better. Also, Assimilate is having a ball here with all the engines being locked. You don't really want to see that usually, but that's like 2 out of 4 Assimilates gone. Okay, the bronzes, of course. Assimilate golds. Not the greatest of the starts, but you need them out early to try and trigger them as many times as possible.
I'm also a bit worried about like what has this Korean given spying to so far? Because there isn't really a way to give any extra spying now. So you might just need to lead it to set up a unit with spying.
So there was Pikeman.
Her grace will not be pleased.
Other than that, I'm not certain as well.
Let's copy the spying rather than
Yep.
just the poison, which would be actual points here.
There are not really great lock or anything angles for playing Artot into the servant, I suppose. So yeah, a bit weird. The Spikeman from Artot is also kinda not that impressive when you don't have your own Thirsty Dames on the board.
A problem best solved discreetly.
Always nice to move to these aristocrats with the Odd Fiend because it gives you both the spying and the 2 bleeding, which is what we see here. And yeah, this aristocrat going to 5 here means it's out of range of this joust. Unfortunately for Cream, yeah, I'm really not sure what this joust is going to be able to kill off. It might just end up being used as setup for the enslaved leader, but that doesn't feel particularly great when Stefan often just does a better job at that anyways.
Yeah, and enslaving something like Rompali at times backfires.
True.
I suppose. I kinda hope we don't see Rompali into like Rompali imposter and then Rompali enslave Rompali Artot. By the looks of it, we are, yeah, indeed not seeing much of it. So yes, I don't know. I was thinking maybe goes for another seditious aristocrat with 3 spine on the board, but no. Goes for the engine. This engine can be locked, but locking Artot seems to be better with Stefan and Torres in play. First, let's go for Masquerade Ball. There are not that many aristocrats left.
A superb specimen, truly.
And yeah, get the dame online now to see if you can get any extra value as you move any locks over. And hey, now that the flanking has gone for the pikeman, it's not nearly as scary and you might not care about locking it up either.
Yes, this Artot getting spine is it the end for Karim? I don't know. It's spicy.
What else has gotten spine so far here? I don't think much else, but it wouldn't be hard for, say, this Vigo.
I mean, you already have like seditious aristocrat that will be quite
true.
juicy.
Yeah, that's
as is.
Quite a menial task.
And this is the Thirsty Dame that was insured, so insurance kicked in immediately. You lose your 1 Thirsty Dame, you get another on the house. It could have been any of those things, but I guess the deck was sorting itself through the Archfiend. I see Yaro is cheering for Dauren in chat. Yaro is playing in the next series already, so eager to start his match against the Inner Chicks, I guess. Здорово. Yeah, I just don't know. It looks like Assimilate has the point lead at the moment, but oi. This Justice actually playing for billion points.
Yeah, finally just gets the target set up by that bleeding from the pikeman.
Oh, Energix is also in chat, so yeah, the contestants for the next pair playing both present. And ready to rumble. But first, we need this to conclude. At the moment, from my inexperienced view, looks like Dauren's game, but it's not that any engines survived.
Feeling a bit peckish.
For Dauren, it's just that the leader gonna be pretty big and the coup gonna be pretty big. And there is still Joachim into Usurper. That is not bad.
So Stefan with only assimilate value on this Mage Torturer is going to be able to pick up a kill into this Admiral Pali.
But look, almost 30 points. But yeah, this Torres on Joachim, this Torres on Roderick would have been nice if you missed something. What's the created unit even? Like, there is the servant and aristocrat, the alba pikemen, but they're not spicy enough.
There's look for Nightshade.
Oh no, the operatives have Doom anyways. So yeah, you might
Do
just.
I enjoy torture? Perhaps. A bit.
Yeah, it's a decent target as you don't give anything. So yeah, we go for your... actually he's the better of the two. So 17 point scholar, so many very expensive units in deck that it boosts by 14, right?
Yeah.
Busted.
Yeah, 17 for 4. It's insane. But oh no. Supplying on the Vilgeforts now.
Okay, that's about it.
Yeah, and then you don't even need to directly crew the Vilgeforts, you can go for the Terranova first. And
the squirrel makes its appearance. There is not even a proper target for this coup de grace with the last unit leaving your deck.
Yeah. I guess it's just what, like... Actually, you don't even have assimilate to care about the double assimilate proc. You just kill Servant for, like, not even enough to catch up.
Yeah, looks like game.
Just a peek. That is all I need.
Yeah, if now Assimilate could play another coup, yeah, winnable, but sadly limited. Okay, so Dauren takes it 3-1, great job, and good luck in tomorrow's semi-final and the potential final. But this is the end for Karim. There is no lower bracket, so yeah, Dauren closes imposter from the second attempt. Good job! Hope you guys enjoyed the series. Next up will be Arachas vs Yarrow happening in what, 10-15 minutes, I suppose.
Assume so.
So this is the plan for the day. We still have after Arachas Yarrow another series, Lilith and Sintren. So far I'm feeling fine, but if you need to leave at any moment, just say so and we can let you go, Lemon, because it's past midnight.
I could probably do one more series.
Yeah, no problem.
I think I can get that in me. But yeah, my sleep schedule has been recovering recently.
Okay.
So that's not what a better sleep schedule for me is worse sleep schedule for casting.
Okay, so we just finished. We have the first semi-final. It will be Dauren versus Kazuya tomorrow. I guess it will be the first match, but that's up to clarification with player availability. But next is Arachas vs Yarrow. We're taking 5-minute break. We're breaking down the decks for ya, and then we continue into series number 3. Поздравляю, Dauren. GG. Karim unlucky, but see ya soon, guys. Okay, so we are getting back. Match number 3 between Yarrow and Energix awaits. So we are moving at a tempo of 1 series in 90 minutes, more or less. So for Yarrow and Energix, we see the decks. Imposter is present on both sides. Arachas Swarm is present on both sides. Then there is a difference. We actually see 1 Nature's Gift player among 8 players invited. There is Self-Wound and then 2 different Syndicate leaders. So with Demon being seemingly back as well, we are switching to the next pair.
I guess just like the Nature's Gift list, you could say that I am present.
Yeah. Are you a relic or something, or Dryad? Okay, so we have Energix here. And the first deck that we see is Jackpot with Siguruvin. That is not the Mastermind, it's just Siguruvin. We have Madame with Thinners jumping out of the deck, Saul, so all the different things, but as the avatar that Mattel most likely chosen here, Caesar Bilzen. Yeah, this is a throwback to Life Coach coming back to Gwent and like playing this deck to the Oblivion, for example, something similar, not 1-to-1 of course, but yeah, the beggars are at 4 power for provisions, give you profit, good, you will like money in Gwent. And
I like money in more than just Gwent.
So anyone who wants give us money, yeah. Don't hesitate, you know, to sub, etc, etc. There is no crowd fund for Masters for the next season, but if you want to like pay for one, you can organize it with your money easily, like Metal did for this year. Okay, so Syndicate. There are a few spenders. It is Jackpot. We see Arena Ghoul out of nowhere. Interesting inclusion.
Yeah. I think I imagine it's just here for the tag for Siguruvin.
Yeah, I guess.
It's a cut-up, right?
I don't think
I see any other cut-ups.
I don't see any, yep.
Yeah.
Okay, then we are skipping through the Self-Wound. It has Priest. It is an Aeromancy version, but then we see Imposter status list. It's not towards the players, it's just that we've seen these decks in action and we still have 2 matches to cast, so might as well skip over the parts that are repeating. Unless you want to point something out regarding the Skellige or Nilfgaard. I don't really have anything.
Don't have much to say.
Yeah, so, and the spiciest list, we have some pilers left in Gwent, or like, it's not really a pile, it's a perfectly fine deck that I've seen Karim and myself played a little bit, but yeah. The Swarm, Arachas Swarm, not the triple either version that plays Golden Necker, that plays Yennefer of Vengerberg to buff everything, and goes for double Talisman and double Chimera, plus I would assume the location is there, so triple Chimera. So you thin a little bit, but then you swarm and you buff your board as much as you can. What you don't like to see is Taurus into that Yennefer and Nilfgaard playing it like 3 times out of nowhere.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this. Just nice, wholesome swarm point slam. A little bit of control with the Curse of Corruption and the Riptide.
Is it really control when you Curse of Corruption flying from Golden Necker? Sometimes that part kinda leads to shenanigans, but yeah, there is a shotgun as well.
It's fine. It's a bit risky, but like there's a reason that Curse of Corruption, especially in like monster lists, it gets played, because it is just a top punish which you sometimes sorely need.
Yep. Okay, and switching to Yarrow's decks. Yarrow baited me into playing one spicy syndicate list that plays one turn Alzur and the thing from the box, but decides not to bring it to the tournament. I don't understand. Yes, instead Syndicate is lined pockets with Casimir Bassi. It's alright, it has Casimir, it has Tavern Brawl in the open deck list, it has Mercenary Contract, so quite a few spicy cards added to this Syndicate deck. So 2 different Syndicates from what we've seen today. Present Masquerade Ball with Philippe and Troza, so we don't see Usurper in this one, neither we see the Emir, so that there is less break-in. Kielach, yeah. Yeah, I think it's Kielach.
What is this card?
It is a purified your entire row. Think of like purify Kutkudak, but the entire row with Kutkudak being so good. Like imagine if you could purify the entire row and not only adjacent. I don't know. It'll purify. It's
and
weird.
It's an aristocrat.
Yeah, it's aristocrat. It's Kahir's dad. So. But there is also a cupbearer who purifies already, so I don't know. Why not?
Yeah, it's sure.
Then we have Tatterwing.
So despite both players bringing Arachas Swarm, they're quite different lists, I guess. Both centered around the Swarm, but yeah, gonna play out a bit differently. So this one has actual Heatwave, not just the Curse of Corruption. But yeah, aiming to play the Laradoran twice and get a lot of value from your wide board that way.
Okay, and the last deck that we have is Nature's Gift. Pretty compact list looking comparing to the others. Has all the bronzes in a number of 2. Has all the golds in the number of 1. Not breaking any rules though, but yeah, 13 units for both, for 3 out of 4 decks, if I see it correctly. 12 specials for Nature's Gift, 12 specials for Arachas Swarm, and 12 for that Syndicate with a bunch of crimes added. So yeah, and look at this imposter, nasty, 22 units. It's like too many.
Ooh.
But yeah, the Nature's Gift is not very popular in the competitive setting. I guess runs out of space quite often and abusable by like even greedier things. But deck has its upsides. Can play Aetna in immune forms. So yeah, and then spawn a lot of small units, so not really playing into Toll Punish.
Yeah. Always the problem of playing a devotion list like this where you just don't have access to the Toll Punish, or don't, and you're not running a lock either. Your removal is quite limited. It's really either abuse or maybe set up a taller treant and can play an offensive Pond Keeper. But yeah, definitely abusable. But I don't know if there's that much in Energix's lineup. Okay, well, I guess the Self-Wound that would be looking to abuse. But the ball, things with the ball can get out of range of those rebukes fairly easily if the Ardfiend is set up as well.
We've seen that happen. Like Joust finally managed to play for value for Karim, but it took multiple turns and other engines being like alive and needing another type of answer for like 4-5 damage. You quite often just whack it with the Pikemans and Spine status is already on the board. Okay, so we are moving towards the bans soon. Players are deciding. I can show the ban screen. So we have a crow and a butterfly this time around, or maybe a rose, I don't know. Which one of them is Yarrow? One of them should be.
Butterfly.
Yeah. So any ban expectations, self-wound potentially.
Yeah, I just got feeling. I think Energix's Self Wound will be banned, and I think Yaro's Arachas Swarm will be banned. And that's not because I've seen the bans either. Totally not.
I see. Okay, so yeah. And he calls it correctly, totally correctly. No mistakes made. Great
Okay,
job,
that,
Lemon.
that time I may have cheated.
Nah, I don't believe you. Okay, so here is the invite. Enter Jix 0
Okay, let's get some
0.
actual predictions going. So Energix on the blue coin here. This isn't triple Vader, so you're not forced as much to play the Arachas Swarm from blue. In fact, it should be solid on the red. I wouldn't be surprised actually seeing the jackpot on blue here, because you do get to play out the Madam Marquis Serenity. I assume there's a Tiger's Eye that you'd want to make use of, especially since there's no King of Beggars in this list. On the other side, red coin for Yarrow could be the Aristocrats. Or maybe just a red coin abuse with the Nature's Gift as well. Let's go Nature's Gift. I'm feeling the early
Did you load up into the game already? Let's go, Nature. I'm joking. So yeah, the third match of the day is starting. It is Syndicate Mirror to warm us up into the match number 3 of Winner Takes All. Winner Takes All number 11, but yeah, the number has been boosted by the 1v1 best of 7s throughout the 2024. Okay, so Madame is there, as well as the Royal Decree, so access would have been obtained. There is only one Seductress, if I'm not mistaken, but both of them, I guess, in the mulligan phase. Yeah, the Seductress has been mulliganed. And, well, there is KOB, there was also Plain Redanian, so last mulligan was not taken. There we go. Pigs bans, I don't know what happened with them. Something happened. It was more, right?
So,
You got a
3-power Madam Marquis Serenity. Gonna fall prey to the hysteria. Don't know what you can believe, don't know what's real, and gonna go the way of the graveyard. But one Madame falls, another brothel worker rises, and a second Peaches is played. So that's 3 engines on board for Energix. This is quite hard to keep up with for Yarrow. Good luck getting a brawl to punch through all these points.
Yeah, it seems to be a thriving business here, so the amount of entertainment on Energix's side of the board is over the top at the moment, but what's the continuation here? Kinda feels bad to play beggars for the bonded value and break the bonded, but this is like the cheapest bronze you can throw away.
Yeah. You could also just play out some poisons. Like, poisons aren't the bestest in this matchup. Like, it's not like there'll be that many things going super tall. Maybe you'd like to save them for if the sausage maker comes out.
You have Philippa for that.
Yeah.
So yeah, we do get the beggar for 3 profit, 4 power. There is of course Royal Decree for another beggar if your heart so desires, but that seems to be maybe not ideal. But okay, so the drill is finding value combined with the coins and the crimes. And now the favorite thing of this Madam Opener is finding the pass button on 7 cards. Sometimes it works, sometimes you're locking yourself into a match maybe that you don't want to. But Energix is confident here. We're once again, by the way, watching a match between two streamers. Everyone in Gwent is streamer. Like Energix maybe streamed only 3-5 times throughout the maybe 2022 or 2020. Like it was a long time ago, but yeah. And Yaro is occasionally streaming nowadays. So if you ever participating in the tournament, be aware that they will like force you to become a streamer.
Yeah. Njix is a name that's been around for so long in the Gwent scene. Back on Bandit Gang and played in a number of the Reprieve leagues, Team Out Above leagues too, as well as heaps of qualifiers.
He actually played like most of the summer months at the very least this year as well. I was surprised. Like he didn't participate in any metal tournaments, but yeah, I was not really paying too much attention to the ladder standings. Apparently, yeah, played most of them. So Yaro makes it in 5 cards total. Since he's flying Redanian, spends some coins and some crimes, but nothing major. The win cons were not pushed out.
Yeah, no major crimes, only minor crimes and misdemeanors.
Yeah.
So there's no Novograd in this list though for Energix, so this kind of tempo pass, it's not as scary as it would be against a list that was running that Novograd. There is a chance to just set up this candle for free now in this round 2. You expect the pass to come out from Yaro quite early here, bleeding 2 cards down. In general, it's a very big no-no.
Yes, it is Energix in action. Hello, Dripblink. Oh, like, hello again, I guess. I've seen you earlier. Okay, so the Sesame number 1 is in graveyard, but you cannot really establish Sesame number 2 without like committing to playing into the round. So Energix is also limiting himself to playing only 1 card. Tains out. Has a tutor for Sigeruvin already. And well, whatever you're picking up here is for you to decide, more or less. Just don't break the KOB. There we go, and this kind of forces mulligan, but it was always fine finding him on the first mulligan.
A lot of poisons. Could get some decent value early on, depending on like if Yaro leads with say this Elven Gallo, or perhaps this Cleaver as well. Decree is just pulling a bronze at this point.
I mean, yeah, when you find
done early.
When you find everything and thin enough, like almost enough, it's good to have the cards. So did Yaro also is alright, of course. Didn't establish the sausage maker, but would have been a risky click anyway against Philippa. I don't remember how many coins there was, but considering Energix could play 3 cards.
Yeah, and you'd be expecting the candle as well, which would give 4 coins, so yeah, it still would be very much at the forefront of the mind. It's gonna be now Sol at 9 power. Getting bent on by the candle.
How did this Saul grow without any coins in the bank? I don't understand.
So yeah, it's vulnerable to this Morehouse and this Orson Jr. as well. Why? I'm trying to think. I guess just playing around brawlers by spending this much. Oh. It's gonna be Casimir. Also,
lots of prior experience. Worked with idiots my whole life.
so see you've been set up already. Nice to have the potential Caesar Blitzen available, but unless this Decree finds another profit card, this is actually it for the Caesar value. It's literally just a Siggy.
I guess at the moment you still want to keep the Trafficker open with 3 poisons in hand. Maybe if you click Tavern Brawl extra fast, you can go through the candle. Like, it's not the biggest obstacle. If there is a fucking garrison door between or entire Masha Travel, then yeah, fighting is hard. But a candle, I think they could have reached if they really wanted to fight.
Like it's just a candle. Like it's teeny tiny. Although maybe there's some weird conjuring magic that's getting in the way, and that's why it's such a problem.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, so we have the 2021 Gwent going on the board. There is Sigi, there is Caesar, Pilsen. Yeah, nice.
And on the other side here, Yari just cosplaying the Hearts of Stone. Iced. Open Sesames, Evelyn, Casimir, all here.
It's weird not to see the brothers as well, the Borsodi brothers being included, considering Yaro is a known piler. I guess we need to buff those cards to be a consideration if you want to see any sewer raiders. We've seen some, but golden sewer raiders. Am I winning? Are you? I don't know. You didn't even find any crowdfunders for the event. Are you really winning? Okay.
So by the way, Siggy Reuben has Intimidate. Look at that value.
Yeah. I wonder. Nah, he should be smaller than this, Saul, considering Energix is consistently going to 9 coins.
Yeah.
That's what the deck does. But the Brawler, doesn't care if it's just some scoundrel or Siggy running the business. He hits everyone equally. Okay, so this is a poison, but not much you can do with it. You also cannot float it to begin with, so... Just an entrepreneur.
It's interesting to see that Energix decided to go with poisons as the answer to the Evelyn Gallo rather than the Philippa.
It also feels so bad, like there is a Morels, and you are hitting the tallest targets every turn, spending like half the bank.
But, I mean, there's already 6 counts from the Siggy Ruffin's treasure. That's as many turns as there's left in the game, so there's no point of profiting anymore.
Okay.
Evelyn Gallo getting cleaned up there.
So,
not at the Horde 9 this turn, Soul only gonna boost by 2. And Cleaver's a bit surprised that we had the Count Reuben's treasure coming out before the Cleaver. I'm not sure it was that urgent to play the Count Reuben's treasure. Was there like trying to hire or something? I'm not sure. The Brawler there, enough to knock back the Soul, especially with that slightly less boost the previous turn. Horson Jr. gonna clean up the Soul finally. That's interesting, because Yari could have done that like turn 1 this round, but decided to wait, set up the Casimir, set up the Evelyn first, saying, I think these engines are more valuable than your Soul, and then finally dealing with it now. Here comes the Morals on the side of Energix, dealing with said Casimir, and goodbye to the Heart of Stone friends. So... Says, the Open Sesame and Graveyard for Yara here, it's at counter 2. They'll be coming back shortly. Still a few crimes left. You can set up the Intimidate on that Cleaver. It should be quite easy to get your Crown Splitter Intimidate Intimidate pocket. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe this Merc contract is just gonna tutor the Furker. Otherwise, you're just getting the coerced blacksmith.
Yeah, not many things left. People have been good at finding stuff. Hehehe. Is it good? What is Furko even pulling? And just a normal small crime, nothing big, nothing major. The points get me a little bit concerned. Of course, yeah, the Yago is out, big play is out by now. But it's not like Yarrow has a lot. And do we witness another case of like Tavern Brawl being this card that looks amazing, or like okay, and then people greet it, and in the end it's getting played around. Like there is always a unit to feed between.
Well, there's the horse and can clean up a number of these smaller units,
Yeah,
like this one Palmoros, like this Philippa. There's this explosives as well set up for this next turn, so I think it's going to be make or break this next turn for Yaro, with explosives being the chance to really push that through. Buffing up this cleaver to 10, by the way, getting out of range for this Philippa still, wants to ensure the intimidate value, but at the same time does play into a potential double poison. But
yeah, there are only so many coins, so if you pay for that, yeah.
If you go for the poison, then you'll have to just do a 5 still on the Philippa.
Yep.
Probably just steal the coerced blacksmith.
Okay, goes through with it. There is no way to roll a purify. So 16.
Right now.
Yeah, not bad.
Not bad at all. Triggers your brawler intimidate. And then yeah.
Okay, to be fair, decides to take the full value on the explosive instead, so that's even better, getting
20 point Tavern Brawl now.
We tunnel visioned on the board situation from the previous turn.
Yeah.
It turned out to be
If you dig into it, the maths on Tavern Brawl is pretty interesting and quite like difficult to maximize. You kind of want it to go something along like the Fibonacci numbers to duel and then have like 1 power remaining on the unit.
How do you rate this Philippa? 21 for 10 or 9 provisions as they were telling us before.
Wait, where did the coins go?
I think they went into the candles.
Oh, it was spent on the Salamandra. Yeah, that's a sad little Philippa. Yeah, it's like
Yarrow is even trying, like there is the small Furko that you could take, but there's one small issue. Huh. Yeah, this is not the Philippa you go into public with. What have we done with our... Well, we spent 4 coins onto the poison, but then I guess we spent some more and there was only 1 coin left.
Yeah. To be fair, it doesn't make a difference here,
Yeah.
I think. The Moros was just so good at the end of VR, and I mean, that game was won by what, like 21 points? That was a 20-point Tavern Brawl. You do the maths. Kinda good.
Okay, so this line pockets gets the first win of the series. I also didn't put the bans in, it was Self-Wound and Monsters, so... Bam bam. So it was Energix on blue, now we go for Yarrow. We've seen Aristocrats played from blue today. What's the Yarrow's TA as a stratagem? He's not playing the Echo card for Vitality. On the Nature's Gift, I mean.
Yeah. I guess, yeah, just doesn't want to give Veil, so opts for the TA as strategy. Because, yeah, Veil blocks any Vitality. I hope... I want to see the monsters from Energix. I think that'll have a pretty good time here on the red coin.
Where is the Energix? Yeah, there we go.
Also, I'm just extremely biased that I like the idea of this deck and I want to see it.
And what do we see? What do we see?
Hearing again, though.
It is Syndicate again. I guess Energix thinks that you are missing the Sigeruben Caesar Bilzen and decides to showcase it once more.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the hand for Yarrow? No tutor. No tutor of the tutor, and your Oakwen Eitne, Phyrexian Saskia. Like you need some golds, I suppose. Cannot really drive the code. Energix with the Flying Rudanian top deck. Okay, so Oakwen is here, but you probably don't want to play just Oakwen in round 1 as an opener from blue coins, so I guess they call into potential Phyrexian Saskia if you feel like it might be a line. There is a Philippa threat, so your Saskia might be a bit dangerous to float.
I feel like the Oshun and Madame, they kind of mirror each other in terms of this big tempo play that you want to have played early on in the game. So I wouldn't be surprised if either Energix or Yaris directly counter either the Oshun or the Madame, or just play the corresponding one in response, if that makes sense. Yeah, quite a bit of value lost on these Naiads though. Playing them before the Ocean means they're not proccing the Symbiosis, not getting that nature synergy.
But Yarrow is playing Forest Protector, and this is where the secret mechanics of Oakwen come into fruition, because she is infusing the Naiads in the graveyard, so maybe plan is to Forest Protector one of them out later on. Maybe Yarrow is playing the tournament just to show cards like Mercenary Contract, cards like Oakwen doing things with Forest Protector combined. Just that, yeah, you don't really want to dump Oakwen onto the board as an opener, so there she is. I mean, you still have a point lead. You still have the TA. With 9 coins, probably don't really want to, buff Naiad. Okay, could have buffed in Bondkeeper, but then, considering there are more poisons, it's also not really a good
The
line.
failed experiment here is very nice, because it can't be answered by the Dryad's Crest. It sets up that 1 turn poison the following turn. Also, the rebuke isn't big enough to get the kill. So you just see Yari spreading the points as much as possible here, not wanting to go too tall on a single unit.
I don't know, maybe TA could have been used to give you more flexibility on passing, like you are creating 8-point units anyways. Buffing this one, Treant wouldn't really matter.
How's you doing business?
Not sure what Yara is waiting for here. There is a second Dryad's Caress in deck. Maybe Energix is just trying to scout it out.
Feign not ignorant.
Hey, big commitment from the Simless coming out here. Does get a bit of hand buff carrier, but still pretty good play.
Yeah, kinda unprovoked as well. Like, sure, there is a poison threat, but...
Yeah. The hand is getting a bit golden heavy now, but yeah, you could have just slow played with the rebuke, I guess. Gets rid of the beggar, 1 point less to do so, but does get rid of a potential bonded.
This kinda ends the round for Energix, so yeah, the statement has been made, but I don't know, kind of felt out of proportion to what was happening there. Considering, like, okay, you're losing a unit to poisons, but that costs money, and like, you still have TA and rebuke. Although, yeah, rebuke, like, you want to keep some control. There is stuff to control. Okay, so Energix pick up Sigi. Has Decree for Madame. And a golden hand. Not bad. Did they bring Death Shadow back? They brought the card that is called Witch's Sabbath. Also nobody told me. Ah, okay, it just disappeared. So, you're present.
I've no fondness for my
No money for Philippa still.
I would bet my apple you'll not leave Brooklyn. Not alive at any rate.
But I guess no desire to buff the frags. Okay, so Tinin is winning, especially when your opponent is below 7 cards. Bam, bam, look. That's a few points. And like, well, yeah, your entire hand is golds, golds, golds. Okay, so Yaro decides I got enough. This Sigi, Bilzen, Captain Yago, I can handle that.
I think this makes sense a bit. Especially with playing the Simless round 1, because you run the risk of overclogging as Symbiosis in a long round 3, right? And a big culprit of that is the Simless. Whereas if you just hold off, you just play the Simless early, then yeah, it's power play gone, but you can stick this Ethne in a long round and get a whole lot of Symbiosis value for all these nature cards that you end up playing.
So there is one fledgling, one Pond Keeper in the graveyard. We still have Oakwen, we still have Forest Protector for that combo, if you ever need a surprise Pond Keeper damage from a tall Treant. But first, immune cards, we love to see those, cannot interact. You can just sit there and enjoy her spawning stuff.
As you command, Lady of the
Is this the best Philippa target? Should be?
Yeah, if you correctly assume, I think that you're not going to get to steal like the Orsh one.
Any diamonds for little old
There
me?
might be. Alternatively, this Knight Fledgling might be a better steal as well.
Okay, so decides not to. That leads to another symbiosis card being spawned, and now those 3 ends are huge.
The eternal fire casts a long shadow.
Yeah.
Not big enough to like Pond Keeper kill Saul, but you can control Passiflora Peaches, for example. She will be ticking for a while. Instead, we go for more symbiosis developed on board.
They need protection from
This is another Philippa angle,
Yeah.
but you need coins in your bank, so Philippa is awkward. When do you actually play her? Like, depleting your bank for a turn, stopping 2 engines. Doesn't seem too hot considering you'll need to like fill it up with Caesar at some point anyway.
Yeah, I mean, what else do you need coins for here?
Yeah, I guess Siggy is in no danger, so you can...
Like, I think it's fine to... Yeah, you can fill up... Okay, well, we're spending anyways here. Yeah, I think that was the prime Philippa turn instead of going to candle.
Enertrix just wants his engines to be working, like stopping them to stop Yaros doesn't seem to be a priority. Don't you laugh when the 6.3 ends is spawning left and right? It's fun.
Yeah. And even better when you're on 66 points. It's all working out. What is this Philippa doing? Okay, do you just take the Pond Keeper here now? Because otherwise I really don't know what you're trying to get from the Philippa. You've seen every engine of note now.
I mean, I guess this Philippa is better than the Philippa was offered before. Ah, wait, yeah, this is Yaro's turn. So yeah, I absolutely love the fledgling coming out from the graveyard.
So. Even better Philippa with this fledgling now having 1 vitality on it.
No units left in deck, but there are just bronze cards to tutor for 4th.
You are worthy neither of mercy nor forgiveness.
So Pond Keeper resetting a 9 power 3 and killing Passiflora Peaches is still alright, as you'd expect. Yeah, the Bilson to come, fill the bank, and Yaga being the finisher.
I think it's slightly better just getting your own symbiosis.
Yes, they won't let us talk to strangers.
Because at least on, yeah, like on the very final turn, the Peaches aren't going to be triggering their horde.
Okay, so give me the money, Caesar, please.
Thought I'd look so damn fetching in feathers.
Yeah. How does it look point-wise? Like, the Arena Ghoul is not nice, but engines are taken on that turn, so... Still value. Okay. The spending is through Candle.
Is Solo Pirate? No, he's not. Yes, that Captain Yager spend isn't going to be available. It's going to come down to, yeah, the candle then, with that offensive pond keeper cleaning up the Caesar, making spending quite a bit more awkward. It is going to be a huge Yager here, though.
Support.
Is Arena Ghoul pirate? No.
Arena Ghoul will do it.
7. Yeah.
Remove his cowl, then his ear.
There is a candle spent. Okay. So. Jackpot
I
OP.
think only one coin left in the bank at the end here as well. So it doesn't even struggle that much with spending, despite the main spender in the Caesar getting cleaned up. So gets the win of the Syndicate. All the wins in this series so far have been Syndicate, which, I mean, granted, we've mainly just seen Syndicate, but that's kind of beside the point.
Okay, but no more Syndicate left.
Yeah. Now it's the choice of both players have the Aristocrats available, whereas Yaru could take the Nature's Gift for another spin, or Energix could pull out the Golden Echo Arachas Swarm. Gonna be blue coin now for Energix, which, since all they've played so far is the jackpot, doesn't really give us any indication on their inclination of what they prefer to play where. I could see the Golden Echo list just being a bit more of the red coin abuse sort of thing. So it could be a blue coin Aristocrats. So Nature's Gift ain't bad on the red coin either, so you could see that coming out from Yaru again. But I have a strange feeling we might just end up with an Aristocrats mirror in this game 3 though.
We are all in for that. Yes, yes. I think people like, the chat is less active because there is not enough aristocrats on the board, on the playing field. They're like, okay, there is something syndicated happening, monsters, dryads. Show us the aristocrats. And time for monsters and Nature's Gift. Okay, no aristocrats, but wakey chat.
So everything but aristocrats.
We have board to buff, says Energix. And okay, mulligans into the brick. Nice to see that early on. Avoiding getting them on the last mulligan. Probably want Curse of Corruption in hand, usually a safer way, but yeah, no Golden Nectar as well. A lot of swarming. Nice to have Sirenova. We want to go to ball, yes.
So yeah, this matchup is very much just point slam on both sides of the board. So there's not much to discuss in terms of like control or answering threats. It's mainly gonna be Yaru putting out a couple of key threats, stuff like that Frixonet, the Saskia, the Oshwan, maybe some Haradrides or Night Fledglings too. And there's a few of those key control tools from Energix like the Riptide, the Saequan, the Curse of Corruption, which Yaru will be trying to play around, and Energix trying to space out those answers.
Yeah, looking at Energix's list, of course, you don't love to play Yennefer into a deck that swarms, because, well, it usually takes a couple of turns for yourself to do it, and well, if there is a list that spawns a couple, or like produces a couple of units on the board in one go, like Foth into a nature, into something triggering the symbiosis. Yeah, the symbiosis is the deck that Yennefer might... Although half of the decks nowadays, like look at, I don't know, NR playing Demo Event and think from a Demo Event and then spending a leader charge somewhere there.
Look at any deck that just runs Frog Mating Season.
Yes, so sometimes Yennefer might be just good early on, Or if we somehow end up in a shorter round, maybe you can use it as an offensive tool. But like at the moment, it looks okay. It looks okay to play her out, because otherwise, yeah, I don't know. The threshold,
So-
you don't really want to play Yennefer for 10 points, right? It's like 9 provisions,
Not
10
really.
points, so you want to have at least an advantage of like 6-7 units.
Yeah. So you see I can pass coming out here early on for Yaru, and I feel like I say this every time we see a scenario like this, sorry, location like this in the round 1. It signifies either a desire to contest the round 1 and then push the round 2, or it signifies that they're happy to go into a long round 3 and they're then happy to just have this location to defend the bleed and make the opponent think twice about pushing in the round 2.
Okay. And the doggo for extra tempo, so we are getting locked into... Are we? No, not exactly. It can be done in one.
Oh, this is interesting. Looks like Energix is saying that they believe they will scale better than the Symbiosis in a long round. Or just that they don't feel like they can contest this round, that nothing they have is really going to help them here, which I can see that as well. The Chimera is not adrenaline yet. You have a limited amount of space, the spontaneous evolution, the Arachas nest aren't looking so pretty.
Okay, so
It's also a
Yarrow
good
decides to click and play another nature, and that would be enough. There is no surprise doggo jump, wouldn't matter anyway, considering engines are ticking.
I'm a bit surprised there that Yarrow opts to use the Mahakam Pass click rather than like a Nature's Gift leader.
Yep. Okay, Golden Necker, good for Energix. Still kinda want to see the COC in hand to have it under control. But no bueno, unless... Okay, bueno. As a Nagelfart gives you the access immediately. Man, people today are kinda good at drawing cards. There were some hiccups early on, but mostly like the key components are there, and then okay, you even have the tutor for missing parts. Okay, so there is an Awkward that you want to answer. The Riptide is not doing it. You play no Parasite. So you have the Steiger, but it kind of costs you a lot. So yeah, Awkward is just allowed to stick for an extra turn.
Yeah. I guess. I wonder what the thought process behind this Riptide is. Do you want to just play it this round 2 to get you in a good spot here, or do you save it for later? Because it doesn't care about the immunity of the Ethne. And then as long as the threat of the Riptide is there, like with the 3rd form Ethne, Yarrow has to get something to at least 11 power on their side of the board before they can go out and play the Ethne.
Okay, so Awkward was allowed to stick, and we once again see Yarrow going for that Seamless. This time, of course, situation is different. He's on red coin, pushing this round 2. But that's a lot of value, extra value with vitality generated.
This is elven land, Dwan.
I don't know.
Your kind dies.
I don't know why you wouldn't just kill the Oshun that turn. What was actually played instead again? It was just spontaneous evolution.
Yeah,
There
another
were enough
Swarm
units,
card.
no?
Like it doesn't really achieve anything in terms of Yennefer value. Speaking of Yennefer value, by the way, yeah, you get a couple of extra points if you commit leaders, but you cannot do that from your position with like units in hand.
Notably, the front row is now filled up for Energic, so Lord Riptide wouldn't be able to do much there. And there's also just not that much here in terms of space.
Okay, I don't know what to say about that, considering, like, yeah, I don't know, but surely
It's okay. It was
It's
all
okay.
planned. By the way, this Naglfar is now useless.
yeah. Since the both goals are guaranteed from, oh, not guaranteed, but yeah, were pulled from it. One was guaranteed, second was just there.
Also, this boost on the Ethne, it will end up going away when she evolves. So it's not really any carryover that would happen for this hand.
Wait,
you
would
can play
it?
the Ethne now.
Would it?
Doesn't it? Or did they change?
Yeah. Is
Maybe
there
they did change it.
I don't know. I would not claim anything, chat. I'll leave it to you and Lemon to solve. I forgot.
On release, it did not.
Yes, on release it did not, but didn't they rework the evolving cards by
Maybe
the
they
end?
did actually.
Ah, look, front row space. No, value. So, if Energix travels into the next round, there is still Swarm available.
Yeah. And double burn talisman as well. Yeah, you'd need to hit that spontaneous evolution, get the leader, get the swarm all up.
And travels into the next round with City Nova as well. Okay. We'll see. Of course he goes against Aetna and he doesn't have a way to deal with that anymore. There is fall into something. There is Saskia that you can also... You cannot answer anymore. Okay.
Okay, so she does keep the boost. Okay.
So yeah, they reworked it because people were not really playing the evolving cards that much, and Aetna being one of them. Of course, she got a rework for immunity, and Dryads disappeared, but still.
I thought it would have said, like, evolve without changing power. I thought it would have said that if, like, when it works like this, but I guess evolve just means that...
Okay, this should be the Yennefer turn, surely. Like, there is no postponing that.
Yeah, I think you just take the...
Okay, so that's a value that you'll have to see. 1 versus 10, yes.
And yeah, and that's the first say is super important for this sort of list. So you're able to, maximize your yen value there.
The amount of points with double talisman looks scary. So, like, sure, Aetna is spawning 4 points each turn. Huh. To be fair, like, Saskia is a lot of points as well, since she's coming from Cole.
That's my old name. I don't remember. I don't
So, yeah, but gameplay with a deck like this, when your control tools are out, is fairly easy. Unless you're playing against around Igni or something, you just, Talisman, Chimera, doesn't really matter, so... Super, you don't play into the spores, so everything is equally buffed. Yeah. Like this is triggering. But on its own, it's not an amazing card.
Decent points with the fledgling getting clicked. Maybe a bit closer than you would expect. There's a lot of points sort of coming through at the end there, just the vitality, but 4-point win in that round 3. That's enough for Energix to take the win, and the monsters Arachas Swarm.
Yeah.
Getting the win straight away. Second loss now for the Nature's Gift.
And now the Aristocrat. The thing you wanted the most, guys.
Yep.
It's happening right here, right now. The Aristocrats. Will it be Mirror? Will it be Yarrow trying to get things done with the Nature's Gift? I don't know. Nature's Gift is not gifting Yarrow victories as of now. Might be annoying.
Yeah.
I see some whip tournament organizers in chat trying to get the whips out so that he can be the hyper whip in chat every time. Metal doesn't disappoint. Yeah, whips out, I know. It's just so that you can be the king of the whips.
I'm trying. Okay. I'm trying to think of another pun to do with gifts and presents, but my mind is just coming up blank.
Can we ban him? Me? I don't know. Lemon is one that works on puns at the moment, and you love those. So I can exclamation mark Nanya. I don't know, why would you ban me?
Oh, that pun is great. But yeah, you have all the power, Metal. I think if you wanted to ban us, then even though Kungfoo's the channel owner, you would still somehow be able to.
And
it's just the power that matters.
One time I'll come to cast and he just doesn't add me as a caster. Feels bad, man.
So there's a choice now for taking the Nature's Gift on blue coin for Yarrow, or you save it for the red coin next. And it either comes down to what coin would you rather be on in the Aristocrat mirror, or do you have a particular preference for the Nature's Gift list, like what you want that to be played on? And Nilfgaard mirrors just tend to get super crazy super quickly. I have no clue what coin you'd prefer in that sort of matchup. In theory, blue coin is better at winning the round 1, but often you might want like the first say in the round 3 instead, so you don't care about giving up the round 1. Because then the opponent either lets you have first say in the round 3, or they have to bleed you, and then it's always tough bleeding, because that's when things can fall apart and the opponent can just get that card advantage over you by just staying ahead by the smallest margins.
Yeah, I don't know. Ain't we supposed to have like the crazy Nilfgaard mirrors being assimilate related, but somehow every time Nilfgaard finds the way to entertain, even with the statuses. Okay, so the card is still spinning. Any differences? Okay, so Yarrow was the one playing Philippe and Rosa, and it feels like, yeah, you're playing Philippe, nice, and your opponent doesn't, but then like there is a leader for that, there is a coup, so nothing really matters.
Well,
but
actually,
we're not seeing the mirror.
In the mirror, the Selak might be very good at just removing all that spying.
Actually busted. Okay, so we solved Yarrow's plan, there we go. He was like, I know that you all are meta slaves, you're gonna take the one of the strongest lists in the meta for the tournaments, and I gonna fucking counter you with the Kiala addition to my deck. It only costs like 2 provisions over the Like the free card. So I'm gonna destroy you all. But first has to do things with vitality giving deck against Thirsty Dames. That usually goes splendidly. Okay, so an interesting opener.
Yeah, are we just trying to not set up engines because you're worried about like logs or poisons?
No, see, the thing is we are setting up engines just to turn later. Yeah, I mean, yeah, poisons were always connecting. There is no second poison though.
It's a bit of a bluff, just trying to force out the Dryad's Caresses earlier rather than later.
Also, once
You have a lot
again,
more freedom once the Purifiers are gone for the Aristocrats.
once again, look at the hand, like Rompali, Joachim, Emir, of Usurper already there. What is it with the draws today? Like, okay, Roderick is chilling in the deck, but perfect mage infiltrator just.
Perfect counter.
Yeah, she's not allowing Squirtle to like plot against the Empire. Just nips the butt immediately.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that as a human she was able to infiltrate the elves like that. But hey, maybe she was able to pass off as a half elf as well.
I mean, she's literally turning invisible, so
That is fair.
kinda. That doesn't matter if you are human or an elf when you are invisible.
Yeah, I was thinking more like, blending in as a spy, but yeah, if you just straight up go invisible, then who cares? But you're certainly not invisible, as the round 1 will be visibly won. And Mahagam Pass still sitting on board, click unused, so tempering available at leisure now in the round 2. Definitely expecting a bleed to be started here. So yeah, Ardfiend definitely needs to go back into the deck. Double Pac-Man in hand.
This is not happening. This is where you might want double rebuke from Seamless maybe for burst control. Yeah, I don't know, it should be ball by any means, but at least Yaro got the control of the situation at the moment, so let's see how he manages.
This looks like a very nice bleed for Yaro to start off at least, because I imagine Energix is going to try to stick these pikemen. And for both these pikemen, Yaro can trade up super easily with just the rebukes. Gets the death blow, gets the additional vitality on the Ocean.
Yeah. No. Where one division disappeared, the other went to explore. But yeah, I guess they are already like, nah, this is not Brokilon by the looking surroundings, but yeah.
Yeah, something. Those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it.
Okay, let this sorting hat begin working. Artfiend. Nowadays 12 provisions, yeah.
Out of the way, rabble!
So doesn't find Masquerade Ball, so we see some shenanigans of Roderick into Roderick, and now the guaranteed hit.
My, the Van Moorlehems, they truly spoil us.
Nice to have the Pawn Keeper, as it helps with...
Still with him, yeah, not worried about board space.
Yeah. Emir is also not a preferred target for that Pawn Keeper kill.
Oh dear, have I something in my teeth?
Is the Mahakam Pass enough? I guess so. So this dame should not be leaving by any means. If the push continues. Does the push continue?
I mean,
So
yeah,
you spawn another one, you get the vitality, what, 4 point?
Or do you just purify the Usher and click the Mahakam Pass to get out? I think, yeah, you either deal with the poison or you deal with the dame.
Yeah, I guess killing Dame is more important if you continue playing into that. Oh wait, you cannot even kill the Dame, right?
Oh yeah, no.
Because you needed to click
Yeah,
first,
the
and
valve
that
gets
triggers.
high.
Yeah. Okay, then no,
Oh,
Yarrow, no.
At 2 centuries, you behave like you
And
are
it hit the same unit as well. Ah, no, okay. It
And
was
the
just...
vitality, that all. Okay, it's a good amount of points. But yeah, that's not what you wanted to see. Oh, the rope. Could have even just tried to high roll like Purify on the Bountiful Harvests, but alas, okay. It's still good points. Getting used off the ocean while she's still there. That's a fine line to take. Now this kind of just looks like a mage infiltrator, honestly, just dealing with all this vitality.
You open in a line to protect her into Purify, I guess, but it's fine.
Few poachers dare
Okay, so just eliminates vitality, eliminates Aqua, and doesn't get ahead, but... I mean, Joachim, Ku, Rompali, General versus Seitne, and a couple of powerful bronzes. There is still a thirsty dame there. Man, I really don't like the fact that this fucking card works from vitality on the opposing side of the board. Like, okay, discarding the rope and what happened is just that it's a freebie that doesn't really have any downsides and has so many fucking upsides.
Yeah. Yeah, usually you're meant to proc your own engines, but Dame is just one of those which can proc from your opponent doing completely unrelated things.
But see, the thing is that many people in Nilfgaard just play it to counter the status decks of other factions, right?
No,
yeah.
What is that?
Unseen, be assured.
Okay. So that's probably a better play here, using the mage in full great. So okay, we're gonna see leader to get ahead. Okay. Oh, no,
that doesn't really get ahead with the vitalities.
But wanted to lead that because it was on the road with statuses and a higher base power unit, I guess. I'm not too sure why you don't just lead the Bond Keeper instead.
I mean, it kinda eliminates the Purify once again, the Forest Protector. Otherwise, she will activate.
I mean, you were stealing her anyways, no?
Bapanada.
Ah, okay, yeah, she had the spine. Oh, like, not the spine. She was at 1 power. Yeah, true. For some reason I tunnel visioned into something else.
Your humble...
Okay, so like Dynatrix preserves the big golds. Masquerade Ball, Thirsty Dame carry here. Also, well, yeah, we don't talk about the rope. So, 8. Immune. Nothing you really can do about that. There is no leader for Energix. What's his... No, go away.
Okay, I think it's fine.
Okay, yeah.
That was very brief pop-up.
Energix finished mulliganing. Okay, so yeah, Ruiz mulliganing, so should be here. Okay, this kinda kills the game. Or it should at the very least. Do you? The card is ballooning out of proportions pretty fast, so it's nice to like, oh, I play 8 now, but Usurper comes. This is already what, 6, 7?
Yeah, actually, yeah, you can't kill it otherwise. I think, yeah, you just need to take the Protector of View. But we don't. Maybe. Yeah.
And the game broke, right? Because, oh, I cannot target the immune. I remember when Gwent had bugs like this. Wait, weren't you meant to, like, click Art Feign? I guess 60 is not dying anyway, okay. Yeah, I was... There is nothing.
I guess, yeah.
This already plays around Rebuke.
As you come
Nicely
on,
enough.
Lady of the
Okay,
Wood.
so... Oh, wow! So good. I don't know, I still feel like Thirsty Dame should have died.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. Because, yeah, unless whatever your Force Protector is doing otherwise is worth more than removing that before it got too big, then yeah. So now we're gonna see Frexenet getting purified. Maybe the Protector was just being saved for a Purify, perhaps. But yes, look at this animal. 4 points because there's 4 statuses on this young Dryad. Despite such a short lifetime, it's been through a lot.
I don't remember.
So now,
I don't care.
the first Protector is continuing to chill. There is still potentially a lock coming from this Joachim. No?
That's... What is this Protector doing? Didn't take the removal on the Dame, didn't take the Purify for the poison.
If this Fangs was a lock, he would be purifying Saskia into another Purify, but Saskia is not locked. So I can see the only reason for this being still kept for the Saskia actually getting the value, but I mean, well, pacing 16 power, 6 provision cards, and your opponent. Okay, so you can purify the Joachim. There is that, but Pericus exists.
Yeah.
Kinda good at giving Spine as well.
And yeah, I can give Spine to a backup unit potentially, in case there's somehow another Purify again, maybe from the Bountiful Harvest or something.
Yeah, so it can be Saskia. It's just that you don't get to use Saskia's orders.
Yeah.
And the point gap is significant. Okay, so no Purify, but wouldn't really matter that much. Those also kind of blow.
Yeah, so Swordmaster's the best here, I think, because the last card was a... yeah.
Kedmil Vanadane.
A Fledgling. Yeah, Whisper isn't gonna proc because Nide is a nature but not a special card.
Experience all.
So
Down the tyranny. Yes, that's the right shot.
22 points Thursday Dame, anyone?
yeah,
Plus
huge Yolki. Absolutely humongous.
not even 100 points. Oh, wait a second.
Oh,
Not enough.
oh, went on the veiled unit, so yeah, not 100.
Okay, so the series end with Energix's win. GG. I don't know, feels like, considering 20-point gap, it could have been much closer.
Mm.
But
So what did the Force Protector end up playing in the end, though?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't care. It didn't do anything useful there. Oh well, it purified the Joachim, but into Fergus.
Oh, that was it.
So
right,
yeah,
trying to get that set up. But yeah, then unfortunately the Fergus was there for the response. I can see the play. If you brick the coup, then that goes maybe quite a bit differently. But unfortunately, yeah, the answer was available, so it didn't work out so well.
Oh, Yarrow, how do you feel about not killing that thirsty dame? Since you are in chat. GG and Energix, great job.
Yeah,
and we have another series, the last one of the day, Lilith versus Sintrian. So Lemon, I would assume that you are leaving us by now. You need to rest till tomorrow's.
I think I got in me.
I think I'm fine with casting the last one myself, so thanks for joining.
Okay.
And
No worries.
it was so a pleasure as always to cast together. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow for the semis and final then.
Okay, so Yarrow confirms that he was like keeping it for Purify on the Saskia, as I thought. But there was no lock on her. I'm continuing, daughter, but yeah, you can thank the lemon, and we'll let him go. So, see ya. Thanks for joining.
Bye.
Hopefully,
Bye, chat.
hopefully the last series is a blast as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, kind of mixed feelings because that will be the one I miss, but yes. Hopefully it is a great one as well.
Yeah, I don't know who made this draw, but he made it this way. Okay, see ya.
See you.
You can go and watch the vote on YouTube, I think, although I'm not sure. It should be published immediately, right? But yeah, the last series will be Lilith versus Sintrian. 0-0. We don't know the bands yet. The deck review after a break. So, be right back. Where is this thingy? Bam. Lilith versus Sintrian Lion. There are some good decks in this one. It's worth staying to see some Vatia shenanigans among other things. So, be right back. Okay, so we're back. We are ready for the last series of the day, but the event continues tomorrow, so not this one. Where was it? It was somewhere. Anyway, yeah, doesn't matter. It is continuing tomorrow, semi-finals and the final. Яро проиграл 1-3. Невезение. Also, Lemon is gone, so this can be Duolingo Gwent. Яро не справился с маскарадным балом, с балом маскарадом. Невезение небольшое произошло. И мы даже не посмотрели Mirror. Okay, so the last series, let's move. Турнир на 100 затянется на 2 дня. Турнир на 100 начался 4,5 часа назад. Каждая серия идет 1,5 часа. Так как мы играем и показываем все матчи, то турнир затянется на 2 дня, потому что завтра еще играть полуфиналы и финал. Если бы все играли одновременно, это было бы другой разговор. А так как мы показываем все, 7 матчей, то да, он затянется на 2 дня, потому что уже кастить 4 подряд приходится. Так. Moving to the decks. So Sintrian versus Lilith. Let's start with the Sintrian, and first thing you see is Militele with Drakenborg. So another take, the old take on the deck. Maimon was playing it, I think Ronian was playing something similar. So we have 1 priestess, 1 Militele, and then a lot of deck manipulation. Thinning and just rotation of it with pincer maneuver as the leader. So that's exciting. That's worth staying for the 4th series. Then we have Reckless Flurry, and this is Sintrian's discard your deck round 1 and then just play echo cards type of deck, and then Lippy whatever it seems fitting when you have your Shoops etc. in the graveyard as well. Then we have Imposter, and you're like, Imposter, we've seen Imposter, but this is constructs with all the Ifrits etc. there. So you have your Ifrit that damages 3 adjacent units. Sadly, I don't see Leto Kingslayer here, but usually that Ifrit is not really surviving for too long. He might be colossal, but he is a removal target number 1. And the last one is Bounty. I don't see the backer's mirror here, so no shenanigans, just a bounty with mercenary contract. So Ignatius Hail is getting grown on its own without the backer's mirror. So this is Sintrian's decks, and moving to the Lilith's decks, we have Precision Strike with hand buff package with Sheldon Skaggs. And well, Itlin is one of the cards buffing it. There is a lot of control. So yeah, when I say the hand buff package, there is like double Circle of Life, there is Offering and Olgot package, but not your regular one. So control, 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 and then hopefully you get a big Sheldon Skaggs finisher. Then we have what is probably the spiciest list of this tournament. So we have triple, quadruple, penta Kiki deck, where you Witch's Sabbath, bunch of them, but you also have Idaran, and you have the initial ones that you spawn, so play and spawn. So yeah, a lot of organics. Lacerate is one of an organic cards. I'm not sure. We can check Cintrian's decks. Not really doing my... Okay, it does something against pincer maneuver, I suppose, when all the leader charges are burned, but other than that, it's just that Kikimore Queen is triggering on each organic, so might spice it up. Then we have Toussaint's Hospitality, buff your opponent's deck type of deal, but with Vatier added, so you have Master of Puppets for Petri's Filter, but if you manage to spy a big unit, you can yoink that. Be cautious with the Purifies. And the last one is Skellige Warriors. Lilith mentioned that that was not the plan to submit this deck, but since the submission deadline was past, kinda felt weird to start replacing, so Warriors it is. Warriors with a Covenant of Steel, so that your Iced is potentially protected and can get double proc. Is there even anything else for the protection tier? So, we'll see. Так что да, вот такие, конечно, колоды комментировать на двух языках параллельно тяжеловато, но это, наверное, самые выдающиеся колоды из всех пар и у Цинтри, и у Лилит. Так что будут крутить бабку, будут крутить королев. Is Cintrian even doing, like, military is not doing anything with Kiki Queen. Bounty, of course. Maybe he decides not to, but, like, military. Okay, so match started by Metal, waiting for the bans. This is the last match of the day. But as mentioned, yeah, we've been going for quite a while now. Lemon went to bed, or maybe he's watching from the shadows, but since he is on the other side of the world, that's quite midnighty there. What's Babka? Babka is like granny, old lady, but basically military. But she's kinda three of them, so people just focused on the crown. And this is meme from Daurian's stream. He has like this voice line: if you don't stop putting military back and like to the deck and back, I'll beat you up. So like Babka is a staple of his stream, and he played a lot of it. Okay, no bans yet, still waiting. Так, ну ждем банов, и последняя серия дня завтра начинается в то же время. Полуфинал и финал. Заходите. Но тут еще как бы контента на как минимум час, если по 15 минут будет играть. И закончится 3-0. Waiting. While we're waiting, Lilith is playing in this tournament, but there is also a tournament happening next weekend, November 16th. Exclamation mark Lilith gives you the tournament page. Everyone can play. It's just that you can play cards up to 10 provisions. So no Golden Necker, no Shoop, no scenarios allowed. So yeah, Metal pulled the link out. It will be broadcast on Lilith's channel, but yeah, anyone can play. So we are waiting for the last. Were there bans? No bans yet. No bans yet. Unlucky. Actually roping. Roping with the bands. Yeah, Kawe, you should have played. Instead of Karim. Karim probably tilted from that temple shenanigan, temple match that happened. Or maybe not. Maybe he's just perpetually tilted from Gwent and he needs a break, so yeah, Metal, don't put pressure on Karimski. He has to play every tournament, feels pressured into playing Gwent, man. А, тик-так, тик-так. Нету банов. Cintrian Lion wants to forfeit his game, right? Decided to go to bed instead. Unlucky. So Lilith is present, but... Oh, Cintrian! So those are the leaders waiting for... Can I play instead? Skellige versus Syndicate. We'll see. Apparently, we might get no games, right? People sleeper. So, what are you doing with your weekend, guys? What are the grand plans outside of watching every second of this tournament? Streaming Gwent later? Okay. Nice to know. So we went to the swimming pool today. The grand plan was to exercise early today. And turns out they're hosting competitions today, so we came early in the morning, no reason to wake up that earlier, etc, etc, but no, man, they said no bueno, you cannot swim. Okay, we got the bands are Notus Santos Hospitality, good guess, from the Cintrian side Bounty is banned. Just beat them in competition? Yeah, I should have like applied. It's probably some under like 16th, 14th something. Should have. Nah. I'd get my ass handed to me by those Itzo teenagers. Okay, so we're ready to go. The final quarterfinal of Metal's winner takes metal, winner takes all, winner takes metal. I don't know, Metal, do you want to be taken by one of the participants? If you wish, this is winner takes metal. But yeah, $100 tournament. I mean, you need to win only 3 games. Так что поехали. Финальный четвертьфинал. Последний матч дня. И у нас Кикимора против конструкторов. Собираем конструктор. Okay, so there is a Carantier in hand, but no AQ. Of course, Curse Scroll is there. So this is Kiki Queen, Karantir. This is AQ. Is there even a defender? No. No. It's not all components found, but you're never bound to have it all.
Father is here for you.
So Viper Witcher Adept travels between the decks. So this should be the click on curse scroll. Deck leaving, card leaving or entering the deck. Yoink my points now! But I guess you cannot really throw away the parasite. Whee! Kikimore, 2 power, but 3 armor, 5 damage check. This deals 4. This deals more than enough, or exactly enough, in other words. So this is a lock. One Himmer is not one. So we get Karantir Renew immediately. That's a good consume target. And the driving continues. Do you have another 5 damage access in your hand? Well, yeah, Frenzied Dao now is pulling 2 rock barrages. Bonk! Bonk! Yeah, even Third is out. Like, I've seen you earlier in chat, just that we were casting. Yeah. You are here for Energix or for Kikimore Queen, I'm not even certain. Oh, this is dealing some damage. There is still a heat wave. Well, Roderick is not guaranteed, not even close to that. And then it's just organics everywhere. So for the Sabbath, this is a 5, like everything is a 5, so you would be very happy to bring those two.
Tell me what you've got.
Yeah, leader forced as well, so there is a triple Kiki Queen in the graveyard, but the thing is, there is no Alisa in this deck. So, you can Sabbath. You only Sabbath once. And if you lose the round, you're kind of forced to Sabbath in round 2. And that's no fun. And currently Lilith, yeah, can play, can try to stay ahead, but that's like 3 points. Okay, you generate a little bit more, but your opponent has bronzes to throw, thinning to throw at you. This Meno can be utilized as well, so you might have triple Kiki in the graveyard. Also running out of space quite slowly, but certainly. So Bone Talisman, is there another one? No. Gets extra point on Sander as well.
I'm impressed.
And blocks the KIKIMORE of warrior from fighting its way through the smaller drones. So Lacerate Talisman is your next to place. No space for False City. This doing nothing. The Colossal Ifrit you kind of want to preserve, so it's all about mana abduction or mana something. How do you get the card borders? Exclamation mark borders gives you the YouTube link. So yeah, 0 point Guardian created. Pretty good pull from the abduction. Yeah, you can find the link for the files there. And it's a pretty simple installation that doesn't affect the competitive play, like on any play basically. But if you want to revert, you can always just check. Or whatever. Fix your files from GOG, for example. So the Ifrit is playing for 14. I think Lilith can play both cards still. So you don't want to open any space. But the thing is, both cards are kinda playing for 10. No, maybe you you play both, although Cintrian literally has the Adept to throw away. Yeah, maybe you take a tie and the last round is the round, but it's just that Cintrian probably not giving you that tie. Play. No, now it's doomed. Now there is nothing cool to do, most likely. Like, you get the Anirmancy, but like leaving armor, Dao, playing for too many points for you to get out cheaply out of it. You're driving like a peddler. Ah, yeah, you can guys can predict. Yes, the issue is that everyone is kinda watching on another stream as well, so the audience is scattered. I mean, they are being uploaded to YouTube as we speak because stream goes directly there. Also, YouTube is kinda dead. I don't know what happened in the past 2 weeks, but without changing the formula, it yeah, doesn't work anymore the way it used to. It will fix itself though, surely. It's not like I'm writing to YouTube support to tell them, I don't have the views that I used to. But yeah, the stream is running on both platforms simultaneously, quite convenient. Okay, so there is the leader charge, there is the Sabbath, of course nothing like happening for Cintrian there, but Like, he can travel into the next round now with just point slam. And there is nothing really to slam in this deck. Like, sure, you play Behemoth into Arachas Net into Behemoth. But at least you've seen the triple Kiki on board, so that's nice. I don't want to be the doomsayer, but at the moment it kind of feels that. Yeah, see, Sintran actually gives us a chance to see how the KIKIMORE Queen is working. Wee! So many points. It's a shame that this is not a round 3 if you are Lilith. And Sintran's deck is also like Painin alright, so cannot really be missing too many cards. Of course there is the False Syria into Orchid Mind Trap on the line, so kinda might want to avoid playing that. Although at the same time, I guess if Syria is played. Oh wait. So yeah. The Buchurts are in the deck anyway, there are no tactics. Yes, Fert, you need to return to Gwent. Because the card is crazy. Imagine clogging yourself and then still jamming Organics and proccing all of them. Okay, look, points. And there is like a good control tool. Maybe. Like Behemoth always feels like a card that costs a bit too much. But this Primordial DAO is what? 15, 10...
Beats the front lines, I suppose.
There is the big ass drone as well for 13. Lilith doesn't have the last say, so yeah, I mean you get something out of it, like either DAO or abduction. I would assume that yeah, you get the DAO. And this can be placed on your side of the board, so seems to be like a Sharkan turn here. Or just, yeah, self-parasite, it's not really that big of a deal. So yeah, you can Sharkan the living armor. Man! Okay, I was not prepared for this to be relatively close. Like, it's still abduction for 13 and spores just playing for 6, 7. Yeah, that's a big yoink. Too big for those drones, but at some point looked almost promising for Lilith. But GG to Sintran, takes game number 1. Yeah, let's say plays around spores quite well. Where was it? Band screen. So we see Nilfgaard to go through. Imposter is just OP, right? Doesn't matter if you play. Aristocrats are not Okay, game number 2. With Cintrian playing on blue coin and having Militile and his Echo Skellige. Echo. Skellige deck. Lilith free to choose from all the options. Might be hand buff here. Yeah, goes for Skoya.
Snatches get stitches.
So Cintrian's deck is running all those beasts. All those beasts kinda do nothing on their own, as it is a Shub deck and we are seeing things like Anglerfish and single Crow Messenger, but or you can see the Musicians of Blaviken in the deck. But the thing is, doesn't even matter when you're just playing it for the discard fodder and corrupted Flaminica booster. Okay, so there is an opening to jam Itlin already
And white light.
on Skags.
I sense strong magic.
So, corrupted Flaminica in hand. Well, missed a few cards there, but I mean, Lippy is there. The most important thing. This is a bad roll for the hand-guided sword, as in Cintrian is playing a couple of, well, all the echo cards specials, so you'll kinda have to spend your control on what you rolled. Rolls resilience. Alternatively, there is just 4 extra points on the boost. But takes resilience, okay. Okay, so we see Murlega and Pupiega combo. There is no real answer unless you jam leaders quite successfully, but yeah, you see, bam! Who needs Radea? Arandat is coming back, Delirium is coming back, so who needs the what is it, 10 provision cards anyway? All those bad bronzes are in the graveyard now, so you have active compass as well.
I'm no mere huntress. I'm a predator.
But at least Shub is answered, and for Lilith, and you still kind of have playable cards, but as I said, there is like compass. Look at the top 3 cards in your deck. If you have fewer than 3 cards, spawn legendary card.
For the daisy of the valley!
Damaged, 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 damaged. 9 for 6. You can win Squirrel of Flaminica. Well, yeah, Lilith is so far in control of situation. By the looks of it, this is where we say bye to the Irondite, so Compass is safe. That Irondite was what, 7 power already? But like this opens up the Compass. Also, hand buff deck, by the way. Hand buff, hand buff, hand buff. Seamless and Nero as well. There we go. What are you picking, chat? Fast. No, too late. You are picking the Kraken. Well, it's only 3 power. If the rain procs or storm procs both times, he's coming back. Nine or less. Well, that's a bit too much.
No bloodshed. Got that?
Nigh is the time of the sword and axe.
You can always have flexibility with leader. If you're forced till the last card. Also, like...
The child, return her to me.
There is a heat wave. Ah yeah, Sintren by the way created seagulls, so extra raiding power. This is dying. And unless you start throwing Skags and leader, the circle of life is not getting you anywhere. So Sintren waited for the Compass to be safe and keeps the Flaminica. Of course you could just slam Flaminica. Oh, I'd boost so much, but kinda want to see it again. And to see it again, you need to play around Heatwave. Okay. Okay, we're not doing the full leader thing. I see. When Sintren is drawing into his Compass, Delirium, and one of the two. Flaminica buffs by 2, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, decides to sacrifice it. Ah yeah, I also kinda negated the math of the buff on the Kraken, so that was too much. Well, who cares about having deck for later rounds when you can already have the deck? I mean, this is 7, 8, not the most broken stuff. Puts another beast into the graveyard. Okay, another resilience finder. Who needs the rune mage? Anyway. Yeah, this hand buff is not helping, so just damage.
Splendid crops this year, and ever they shall be. Leave it to me.
So the druids are not buffed. So this is what, 6 plus 6, 12, 18? Wait. It's just that you cannot finish off the Shook Knight. Quick maths. It's usually 13, but it's 12 with 1 leader charge. This is 6. Am I off? Have I cast it for too long?
Not ignorant. Remember to whom you speak.
Yeah, this time around, since he was squirreled, like... He was supposed to have Iron Knight as well, but because of the powerful squirrel... He's only... Ah, no, not the only one card. There is an Echo card coming from the graveyard, the Hand-Guided Sword, but... ideally, Iron Knight was coming back as well. Or like, it would come back earlier and he would have a card to draw, but yeah, deck is very specific with what... So it's a lost game. I mean, you cannot really avoid, like...
Your descendants, my beloved. Sacrifices for Melusi, one and all.
I don't know what to tell you. Well, the sword cannot be that, right? Unless Lilith discards, but that means that you are also like, it's better to not discard. So yeah, if it was the heat wave, I don't know, Chad, did you do the math? Leader without 1 pink and 6-point Waylay was exactly enough to get ahead and save Seamless, right?
The soil is fertile with magic. And
Always better to discard. This literally buffs though.
Aaron has shown us the way.
It's 4. Yeah. Doesn't matter.
Keep a stiff neck.
Fire in the hole! Woohoo!
Missed GG. Missed Heatwave does the thing here. Oniromancy is a very cool card. But so Cintrian kinda successfully showcased what the deck idea is. It would have been even better if not for this squirrel. Would have an extra card. So Cintrian so far doing well. Has only 1 deck to win with, and for all of you Military lovers, Like, if you get three games of Military, it's happy, but we are definitely witnessing it in action. So let's see wholesome Military versus wholesome triple, quadruple, penta Kiki Queen. Турик научил тебя, на кого нужно ставить. Ну, заработаешь поинты. Имба. Okay, so this time around we see no Onero again, no Carantir and no Arachas Queen. There is Curse Scroll, but it only does so much. But it's getting the ball rolling, so
break something and I'll break something too. I'll break you.
It's gonna be alright in terms of the game plan from both sides. The thing about Sentinels, Shoe Kit, is that if you save your Seamless, it's still the same. Like, you keep 2 cards in deck, so it wouldn't matter. What is the location in an art? Ah, wait, I could have turned on the thing. I'll do it for tomorrow. So 1 second, let me see what's happening. Ah, consuming Carantir is not happening, but I guess there is just no control. Oh, not happening. So Drakenboar is here, as it summons a unit from your deck and locks it.
Test my patience.
So you basically can pull Snowdrop. It gets locked, but you can insta-purify it with Redanian Secret Service. Same goes about Istred, the cards without deploy. So it's like thinning. It has the order that gives vitality, but that rarely matters. The card was broken before. But, okay, you see it in action. So it's basically a 8 provision tutor for Snowdrop or Istred. You cannot get neutrals with your leader, so like for Snowdrop it is alright. Boop, boop, boop. All the draws buff both cards. On the other side, there is a double Kiki. Wee, so good. You don't even need to drive them anymore. Although, yeah, I haven't seen too many of them in ladder. People have been mentioning that it's happening. I know that Mosh was playing and other people too. Lilith was streaming with them, but don't see too many of it. And I mean, it kinda requires you to draw the cards. So Sabbath is bringing Istred and Radovid back, which is good for Sintram. This you don't care about. Wait. It's a Tiger Math, I guess, yeah. So there is still a few draws available for military deck. That's what the deck does. So yeah, might as well stop it, especially if there is no spores in your hand. So a machine picked up. And since you need to do your thinning properly. We also see the leader spent for another Siege Master. No teleportation. You still have a couple of mentors available for later, so you might play your teleports, and if you don't play your teleports, so be it. Like you only care about the unit count. Okay, that wasn't rope, that was just draws on the last seconds. No. So yeah, this lacerate, as I mentioned, kinda does decently. And since Lilith's deck is constructed so that there are no 4 power units outside of those two for later, you might as well dump the third Kikimore Queen into the graveyard so that your Sabbath is finding all 3 of them. And that's like the beauty of
Don't ever expect your opponents to line up.
renewing Karantir, as he's doomed.
Scare and scatter the lots!
Okay, Convening Knight is there. Doing something, not the most exciting. So. Oh, it's thriving! It's not even close. Good for Sindrian to be... it also is a soldier, so the pocket is getting solved.
Destiny is unswerving. Cheated.
Slay dragons. 'Tis our nightly duty.
Points coming from both sides. There are triple Kiki buffs going around, but military should be doing stuff as well. Is military board buff as good as triple Kiki board buff? Nah, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Yeah. Got the tools. I mean, this is kinda extra points for Sindrian. Roach. Even mentor into... Okay, teleportation is in deck, but yeah, you can see that deck is thinning well, and the unit count is quite low. So every time you will be hitting those two. Wait, is it actually... Like seeing this, mirroring with lacerate being a thing, doesn't seem to be too good. Of course there is the Vernon Roche, by the way, 5 cards in deck, so play top 2 cards. This dude is just shuffling, so you never know.
Up the tree you go, lad. Quick now. Retrieve my bolt.
Doesn't she just take space? And like having drones on the board would have been... Maybe just for the potential round 3.
Be yourselves.
Like, isn't Wispis also kinda better in the round 3 if you travel there, so that you can pick and choose and have those 2 extra points? They definitely don't matter here. But, okay. There is still double proc, and this lacerate is pretty decent, but I guess it's time to look at the priestess. It has 11 charges.
I pass on
And
every
count.
10th
Oh,
round.
that's kinda not good. As far as 5p units go, could have been something more important. There is Istrid on 5, so you're not really getting any more.
Don't ever
Gross.
expect your opponents to line up.
The fact that Istrid is drawing so slowly is... yeah. And another one. And another one. At least they shuffle back quite fast. So, if there is a card that can buff a lot, this will be Military.
To slay dragons, 'tis our nightly duty.
But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's like not enough. Not enough. So you kind of need to start jamming. Okay, I counted the units. There is 2 extra units, but only 2 rotations. How did he make? She made it through Karantir, adding new Karantir. Okay, I can show it from here. So basically, you have Kiki Warrior, you Karantir one of the copies, then you eat the Karantir and renew it. You leader for military allocation. She's not okay. She's big. Oi, that was close. Even without... Okay, so military is out.
Up the tree you go, man. Quick now. Retrieve my bolt.
This priestess is huge. There are targets for priestess. Fuck, this is 40 points. You leader for military and location. So you mean... second time not taking military, taking location instead. But then you are not guaranteed to hit, right? If you send in the spy back. Okay, so this is a GG. Hello? There is no way to board wipe, and well, there is a 40-point finisher.
It all starts with a single step.
Okay, so Zintrian's decks clicked well today. Was deceptively close in triple Kiki versus constructs, but in the end it didn't matter. It prevailed when Lilith missed her heatwave, and well, this is just blind Vernon Roche hitting the target, but 3-0. GG's, well played, and Sintrian is the last semi-finalist for tomorrow. Well played. That was fun. It was a fun day. We streamed for 5.5 hours. So this was the fastest series of the day. We did start with 1 PM my time, so yeah, 5.5 hours. Надеюсь, всем понравилось. Завтра еще будет, но завтра будет только 3 матча, 2 полуфинала и финал. So yeah, tomorrow 3 matches instead of 4. We are casting them with Lemon here. Don't forget to follow if you don't. Так что да, не забывайте зафоловиться. Если не на YouTube, если нравится больше на YouTube, заходите на YouTube. There is the YouTube link where the stream was happening. But for now, it's definitely goodbye YouTube. I will be finishing stream there. For Twitch, it still continues, so if you have any questions, come there. But yeah, this is a $100 tournament from Metal that continues tomorrow. So bye bye YouTube, first of all. How do I end the stream? I guess I just end the stream. Boopity-boopity. Проиграл 1000. 30 тысяч заработал. Нормально заработал. 20k. Ты единственный видимо, да, ставок так много было. Okay, so, and the YouTube stream.